2 points, Madam President. Number one, imagine that if you're a typical Louisiana middle-class family, mom's making, let's say, $40,000 a year. Dad's making $40,000 a year. You've got 2 children. You've got a house note. You've got a car note, probably 2 car notes, because both mom and dad have to get to work. You've got to pay for health insurance. You've got to eat. You try to save a little bit for retirement, and you try to save for your children's college education. But basically, you're living on $80,000 a year for a family of 4. And all of a sudden, prices start rising, as they have. Since President Biden has been president, we've experienced 17% inflation. That's how much prices have gone up on average. What does that mean? We cite that number a lot. And by the way, I know inflation is coming down, and that's a good thing, and I'm glad. I hope it stays down. But all that means is that prices are rising less quickly. It doesn't mean prices are dropping. These high prices caused by the president's inflation are going to be permanent. They are. I wish I didn't have to report that. And as a result of Bidenomics and inflation, in my state, the average family making $80,000 a year is going to have to pay an extra $800 a month because of inflation. That's an extra $10,000 a year. So you're on a fixed income of $80,000, and you've got to find an extra $10,000. That's happening right now to millions of Louisianians and millions of Americans. What are you going to do? Well, the first thing you're going to do is ask for a pay raise from your employer. And some of our employers have granted pay raises, and I thank them for that. But it's not how much of a pay raise you've been given that's relevant. What's relevant is how much of a pay raise you've been given vis-a-vis the inflation rate. So that's why when we look at wages, we talk about real wages. That's the amount that wages have gone up after accounting for inflation. Well, here's what they look like. Since President Biden has been president, this chart represents wages after inflation. We started up here. We're down here. They've been a little bit better lately. So most Americans who have gotten a pay raise after inflation, it doesn't count. It just doesn't count. So pay raise doesn't work. It's great to have, but inflation eats it up and then some. Well, okay, that family still got to find $10,000. What do? Well, you're going to borrow the money, and that's what's happening. Credit card debt, buy now, pay later, other types of loans. Don't just take my word for it. On the last numbers we have in the third quarter of this year, credit card spending was up 9% at Chase Bank. It was up 15% at Wells Fargo. It's not just putting more money on the card that's relevant, it's also paying down the amount on the card. So people are not only borrowing more on that credit card, but they're not able to pay the amount on their credit card off as quickly as they were. Unpaid loan balances have gone through the roof. 16% at Chase Bank, up 14% at Wells Fargo, up 11% at Citigroup. People are using credit cards. They're charging more and more. And they're paying less and less on those credit cards. and they're getting deeper, deeper into the hole. What else are people doing in my state and every other state? They're raiding their savings. If you look at the numbers, personal deposits are down 3% year over year at Chase Bank. What does that mean? It means people are raiding their savings accounts to deal with this inflation. Personal deposits are down 5% at Citigroup. Personal deposits are down 10% at Wells Fargo, and 31% in the wealth management division of Wells Fargo. My point, Madam President, is that these actions that are taken in Washington, D.C. have real-life consequences for average, everyday American families on fixed incomes. And as a result of this inflation, which is coming down, but the high prices are permanent, people are having to borrow, and people are having to raid their savings, and it is clearly a cancer on the American dream. Point two, Madam President. A month or so ago, the Congress passed a resolution. It passed here in the Senate, for us, overwhelmingly, 53 to 43. And we passed that resolution under the Congressional Review Act. What did we do? Well, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, we call it the CFPB. It's where common sense is illegal. Common sense, I know, is illegal at the CFPB. CFPB comes up with these nuggets every week. If you ever want to understand why the American people hate the federal government, just look at the output of the CFPB. I mean it. Common sense is illegal there. One of their last nuggets, they put out a resolution. The title of it was called Small Business Lending Under the Equal Credit Opportunity Act, Regulation B. And the Senate said no to this resolution. We said no, can't do it, 53 to 43. And the House followed it by saying no to the CFPB, 221 to 202. I'm very proud of the Senate. Thank you, colleagues, and I'm very proud of the House. Unfortunately, President Biden has vetoed it. If I didn't know better, I would think that the president is auditioning to become the president of an Ivy League university. Because let me tell you what this resolution will do, unless we override the president's veto. Once again, you're a small businesswoman or small businessman. You need a loan. Maybe you need a loan to grow your business. Maybe you need a loan to sustain your business. You go to your community bank. You say, I need to borrow some money. You submit your financials. The bank does its job. It does accurate underwriting. But before the bank can make a decision under this new CFPB rule, where common sense is illegal, the small banker has got to turn to that applicant and say, look, I got to ask you a bunch of questions. I don't want to, but the CFPB says I have to before I can grant your loan. So please bear with me. Now, the small businesswoman or small businessman is sitting there. Things have been going pretty well. That small business person's feeling warm and toasty, thinking I'm going to get my loan and I'm going to be able to keep my business going and keep my people employed. But all it sounds like to me, there's a hitch here, because my banker's being very apologetic, and I can tell he's upset about this. But I'm going to try to help him and comply. So the small banker says, okay, Let's get going. I've got to ask you 81 questions. And the banker from the small bank starts with this small business person. First question, are you female? Next, are you male? Are you black? Are you white? Are you mixed race? Are you another race? Are you Hispanic? Are you a homosexual? Are you a lesbian? Are you a gay? Are you gay? Now remember, this is probably a small town in a community bank with a small businesswoman and a small businessman applying for a loan. And the CFPB, our federal government, is telling the small banker, you've got to ask these questions. The questions continue. That small banker looks the small businesswoman in the eye and says, are you bisexual? Are you transgender? Are you queer? Are you intersex? And on and on and on. Now that small businesswoman, it could be a small businessman, is going to have a couple of reactions. First, she's going to be thinking, what in God's name has happened to my country? What in God's name has happened to the federal government? And the second emotion she's probably going to feel is anger. What business is it of the CFPB? What business does the CFPB have in knowing what I do in my bedroom? It is none of its business. But the other emotion that small businesswoman's probably going to have is fear, because she needs this loan. And if she looks that small banker in the eye and says, it is none of your business whether I am gay or straight. It is none of your business what I do in the privacy of my bedroom with a consenting adult. It is none of government's business. That small businesswoman's going to be thinking, man, if I do that, he could deny my loan. It's not the fault of the small banker. It's the fault of us in Washington, D.C. It's the fault of Joe Biden, because he has vetoed this resolution. He is saying to the world, it's okay for small banks in America to be required to turn to a small businesswoman applying for a loan and say, are you lesbian? Are you gay? Are you bisexual? Are you transgender? And after they answer or don't answer, all of that information is sent to a federal agency, the CFPB, which has a data breach about every other Thursday. This is insanity. And today, in about 10 minutes, I am going to ask this body to override President Biden's veto. If you believe in fairness, if you believe in privacy, if you believe in the freedom of the American people, if you have taken your meds today, if you have any semblance of common sense left, you will see that this proposal by President Biden is like a rock, only dumber. And it is, I can't think of a better example why the American people have come to hate the federal government. And I can't think of a better example to explain to people why President Biden's poll numbers are on a journey to the center of the earth. It's stuff like this. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with me today are two of my colleagues from my office, DJ Sandoval, who's to my right, and Mr. Wesley Davis, who is in the back. They do an extraordinary job for the people of Louisiana and the American people. You can cut the irony. The cynical might say the hypocrisy. I would rather say the irony. You can cut the irony with a knife. After years of presenting themselves as sanctuary cities, officials, many of them well-intentioned, throughout our country learned in 2023, Mr. President, that the crisis at our southern border is not just a crisis for southern states like Texas and Arizona, and even my state. It's an American crisis. Today, President Biden's failed border policies have wreaked havoc in every single corner of the United States, including in my state, Louisiana. According to one estimate, and it's not the only estimate, but I think this is a very telling estimate, Louisianians pay an additional $4,613 a migrant. That's about $604 million a year in state taxes because of illegal immigration. Now, the people of Louisiana support legal immigration, just like they support the rule of law. But they do not support illegal immigration. And it's not just the money, it's a moral issue for them. It's a constitutional issue, as I said, the rule of law. But it's a money issue as well. My people pay $4,613 per illegal migrant. My people have to come out of pocket $604 million a year to deal with President Biden's illegal immigration. And that's happening at a time when Louisiana families are also having to come out of pocket an extra $800 a month to deal with inflation. $840 a month just to deal with inflation. So that $604 million that we spend to deal with the illegal immigration, not legal, but illegal immigration, could provide a lot of relief to the families in my state who have to sell blood plasma in order to go to the grocery store. Now, sanctuary cities, to their credit, they're finally starting to understand what Louisianians have figured out for a long time. In New York City, for example, and I love New York City. I think it's one of the most extraordinary cities in the world, maybe the most extraordinary. I love it. It breaks my heart to see what's happening there. In New York City, elected officials just recently had to force thousands of students to stay home. They couldn't go to school. So that thousands of migrants, illegal migrants, that the Biden administration allowed to enter the country could have a place to stay. I mean, what have we come to, Mr. President? We're having to send kids home so they can't learn, so folks who have come to our country illegally can have a place to stay. In Massachusetts, Governor Healy asked residents to consider hosting migrant families in their homes because many shelters have reached capacity. Several suburban cities. Chicago recently voted to restrict buses from unloading illegal migrants in their cities. These suburban areas are outside of Chicago because the American people are compassionate people. We don't want people to starve to death, to die in the snow from hypothermia. But at the same time, you don't get a free lunch. There is no free lunch, and you don't get one now. All this costs money. We have, as you know, Mr. President, as many as 12,000 migrants arriving at the southern border each day. Secretary Mayorkas confirmed that the Biden administration admits more than 85 of these migrants into our country. Since President Biden has been president, we have had 8.6 million people that we know of come into our country illegally. That's 4 Nebraskas. 4 Nebraskas. Now, no city in America, I don't care how well run or how mismanaged, can handle the massive influx of illegal migrants that the Biden administration continues to release into America. That's just a fact. Taxpayers, students, shelter providers, hotel customers, law enforcement officials in America are suffering because of these bad policies. They've got to deal with it. The White House doesn't have to deal with it. The people on our front lines do. And as you can tell, Mr. President, I am very concerned about the burden President Biden's policies have placed on cities throughout the country. But I want to focus today on a subset of that really terrible problem. That's the national security threat. The national security threat that this problem poses to every American, including my people in Louisiana. President Biden's border policies are not just a human rights disaster, though they certainly are. But his policies have also provided the perfect cover for terrorist sympathizers, for child sex offenders, for cartel associates to enter the country illegally. All you have to do is mix in, because nobody's checking anybody. The numbers that I'm about to give you will make you throw up. Border Patrol apprehended 169 members of the FBI's terrorist watch list attempting to cross the southern border illegally in 2023 alone. 169. It only takes one terrorist. That's more than 10 times the number of potential terrorists that Border Patrol detained in the 4 years before President Biden took office. And that's just a fact. The men and women who earned their spot on the FBI's terror list do so by associating with groups that hate America. They hate our values, they hate our country, they hate our people. Many of them want to kill us and drink our blood out of a boot. And yet they're coming across the southern border. These terrorist sympathizers, in some cases terrorists, they may be evil, but they're not stupid. They know they can blend into the masses at the border and come in unnoticed. For example, CNN reported a few months ago that someone who had worked as an independent contractor for ISIS helped smuggle more than a dozen people from Uzbekistan to our border. Overwhelmed officials at our border processed each migrant's asylum claim without triggering a single red flag. Not a single red flag. And then they released the whole group, every one of them, into the U.S. to live among innocent American citizens while they waited for their immigration court dates, which takes 4 years. And you think even after 4 years they're going to show up for their court date? The FBI finally uncovered the problem. They finally uncovered the ties to ISIS after border officials released the group into the country. Thank the Lord that the FBI caught the mistake and caught what happened, and it set off a mad search, of course, to try to track down all these individuals. Now, the men and women of ISIS, I don't need to tell you, Mr. President, are some of the most dangerous people on earth. I'm not sure they're human. They have blood stains under their fingernails. Americans, unfortunately, will remember that ISIS gleefully beheaded our citizens. The terrorist sympathizers on the FBI watch list certainly pose a threat, Mr. President, to innocent Americans in Louisiana and other states, but at least we know a little bit about them. We know they hope to bring Americans harm, and we have some tools to track them. Thank goodness for that. My stomach churns, though, Mr. President, when I consider the thousands of migrants we know nothing about. We don't even know they've come in, who hail from countries with millions of people who hate us. Excuse me, Mr. President. Customs and Border Protection calls these people special interest aliens. That's not my term. That's a term that CBP uses. In the past 2 years, Border Patrol has encountered 6,386 Afghans, 659 Iranians, and 538 Syrians, all trying to enter the country illegally. Border Patrol also apprehended more than 24,000 Chinese nationals in fiscal year 2023 alone. That's more Chinese immigrants than they caught in the past 10 years combined. I'm not saying these are all bad people. I am not saying that, Mr. President. I don't doubt that some of these special interest aliens, as the authorities call them, may have good intentions, may want to live the American dream. But you would be a fool. You would be a fool to think that men like President Xi Jinping of China and the Ayatollah of Iran wouldn't exploit happily, enthusiastically, President Biden's catch and release playbook to bring pain and terror to the American people. I mean, after all, we know what Mexico's cartels have done. They've been exploiting our open border to terrorize Americans for years. Their weapon of choice is fentanyl. The cartels kill tens of thousands of U.S. citizens per year by working with China to flood our communities with fentanyl. That fentanyl comes from China, and it comes from Mexico. Louisiana lost more than 1,300 people, 1,300 loved ones to fentanyl poisoning in 2022 alone. The narco-terrorists flood our communities with poison and fill their coffers with as much as $1 billion a year. And that fentanyl comes, the precursor chemicals come from China, and the fentanyl comes from Mexico. And the Mexican politicians know what's going on, and they let it happen. If you took Mexico's cartels and turned them upside down and shook them, hundreds of Mexican politicians would fall out of their pocket. And President Biden does nothing. Zero. Zilch. Nada. In addition to fentanyl, the cartels make billions running. They run human trafficking rings. They steer the unvetted migrants to America, including many of the caravans we've seen in recent months, right into the United States. And the cartels, don't think these cartels are social workers. Don't think these cartels are small business people who want to make sure people get a good service for their money. These cartels, these members, they put the migrants through hell as they march them across our southern border. Predators sexually assault an estimated 4 out of 5 women. It's unsurprising, then, that many of the male migrants the cartels usher to the border are also known sex offenders. In just 2 months, Mr. President, just 2 months, Border Patrol agents in Texas caught 21 known child predators. In 2 months, in one state, Border Patrol caught 21 known child predators attempting to enter this country illegally. Imagine how many we don't know about. Border Patrol apprehended 284 sex offenders in fiscal year 2023 alone. The southern border is an open, bleeding wound. Everyone suffers, except the cartels. They make billions. And that's why I helped introduce the Narcos Act earlier this year. Our bill, the Narcos Act, would designate the Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. and allow U.S. prosecutors to arrest those in charge. President Biden's border policies have already contributed to the deaths of too many Americans and too many Louisianians. It gives me no joy to say that. There's some things beyond politics. We can do better. We deserve better. The American people ask for better, but they keep getting worse. In March, for example, a cartel smuggler struck and killed a 71-year-old American grandmother and her 77-year-old granddaughter after he crashed his vehicle while trying to evade law enforcement in Texas. This illegal migrant also killed 2 of the 11 migrants he was smuggling in the back of his truck. Just last week, an illegal migrant with 4 prior deportations. That's right, 4. 4 times he came in, he got caught, he was sent back, came in, got caught, sent back 4 times. Somehow re-entered the United States only to drive drunk and kill a mother and her son in Colorado. This man had a very lengthy criminal record of not just deportations, but also alcohol abuse and reckless driving. An official with Immigration and Customs Enforcement said this man had, quote, no regard for immigration law. None. Yet he was able to get back into our country, drive drunk, and kill 2 innocent people. I'm not surprised he has no regard for immigration law. Legal immigration and legal immigration laws are for suckers, is the attitude of the people coming across the border. Why be vetted? Why wait? Why fill out the paperwork when President Biden and Vice President Harris will just let you walk across? I mean, how is this possible? Why can't this administration see the threat that the southern border, an open bleeding wound, poses to the American people? I sure don't blame our overworked Border Patrol agents. I've been down there to the southern border. I've talked to them. I know that our agents are doing the very best they possibly can. But their work goes to waste, folks, when President Biden refuses to address the failed policies that have created this mess. The southern border is a cesspool of human suffering. That's just a fact. It's a national embarrassment. It's the biggest national security threat our country faces, and that's saying something. People in my state do not understand the president's commitment to keeping the border open to criminals, to sex traffickers, to drug dealers, but they do suffer because of his decisions. Now, I want to end this way, Mr. President. I think I've made my point. The American people support legal immigration. I do. I know you do, Mr. President. I don't know this year's numbers, but last year we admitted about 1 million people into our country illegally, our world's neighbors. This is the greatest country in all of human history. And the whole world knows it. When's the last time you heard of somebody trying to sneak into China? They want to come to America because we're the land of opportunity. And we care about our fellow human beings, whether they're born in the United States or not. Sometimes people say, oh, the American people are selfish. I get a little angry when they say that. And in other countries, they'll let their neighbors die in a ditch. Not in America. In our country, when you're homeless, we'll house you. When you're hungry, we'll feed you. When you're too poor to be sick, we'll pay for your doctor. And we do welcome our world's neighbors to come in illegally. And I get upset when some of my colleagues, not all of them, but some people say, well, Kennedy, you're racist because vetting people at the border is racist. No, it's not, Mr. President. It's prudent. I read this somewhere once, and I'll end on this point, but it made great sense to me. The American people are not racist, and they're not xenophobic, and they're proud that people want to come to their country. But they want to know who's coming in and going out. The American people see the southern border like they see the front door of their home. Most Americans lock their front door at night. They don't do that because they hate everybody on the outside. Most Americans lock their front door at night because they love the people on the inside. And they just want to know who's coming in and out of their home. And that's all the American people want in terms of immigration. They support legal immigration, but they want people to be properly vetted, and they want to know who's coming in and out of their country. And for the life of me, I don't hate anybody, Mr. President. I don't. And I certainly don't hate the president. But I do not understand his policy on the border. I just don't. I hear him talk to us a lot about democracy and the rule of law. And that's important. There's not a single person in this body that doesn't believe in democracy and have respect for the rule of law. But the legal immigration laws don't have just have an asterisk by it. Now, we could secure this border. We could secure it, I think, in 6 weeks. Here's what we need to do. I'm not even sure to take legislation. There are laws on the books right now. It is a fact. If you try to sneak into our country illegally and you get caught, you're supposed to be immediately deported. We need to enforce law. Number two, if you claim asylum under the 1951 UN resolution that we agreed to, you're entitled to have your asylum claim heard. But 70% of asylum claims fail. Once your asylum claim fails, you're supposed to be immediately deported. President Biden's deporting none of those people. Number three, we need a Remain in Mexico program. Doesn't mean that people claiming asylum won't get their day in court. They just need to remain at home or remain in Mexico until their day in court comes. Number four, the whole purpose of our asylum policy is to keep people from being persecuted politically. That means if you feel unsafe in your country, you can go to another country. But the law says, the UN resolution and treaty to which we agreed says, if you feel like you'll be prosecuted illegally in your own country, then you have to seek safety in the first safe country that you go into. That's not for about 90% of our migrants in the United States. If we had a safe third country policy, which President Biden can do like that, he could do it by 6 o'clock. Then that will solve about 70 to 90% of our problem. And for the life of me, Mr. President, I don't understand why. But I know this. We don't have the slightest idea who these millions and millions of people are. And it only takes once. It only takes one terrorist. Mr. President, with me today are two of my colleagues from my office, Mr. James Shea and Mr. Parker Loy, and I want to thank them both for their good work. Energy suicide. That's what I want to talk about. Energy suicide. President Biden is committing energy suicide for America. Regrettably, and I mean that, regrettably, Too many times in the past 3 years, and on too many issues, we have seen President Biden act as a sock puppet for a faction of neo-socialist Americans who don't like our country, who think our country was wicked when it was founded and that it's even more wicked today. And this faction, which President Biden has supported far too often, thinks our country must be torn down and rebuilt. And of course, they want to be the ones to rebuild it. And now, this faction has turned its sights, with the help of President Biden, on America's hard-fought energy independence. President Biden just aided this faction in destroying America's energy independence and committing energy suicide by declaring a moratorium on new liquefied natural gas terminals in America. Apparently, President Biden's new policy is to give up our own oil and gas and buy the energy that we need from countries that hate us. So those countries that hate us will have more money to buy weapons to try to kill us. Stupidity, Mr. President. Stupidity should hurt more. Now, I realize you can't fix stupid, but you can vote it out. America's ability to be energy independent is one of our greatest strengths. Look, we're a big country. We're a big, wide, open, diverse, sometimes dysfunctional, imperfect, but essentially good country. And this is a country, it's filled with oil and natural gas and coal and uranium and plutonium. It's filled with rare earth minerals. It's filled with roaring rivers and just about everything else you need to power this economy, to help families live the American dream. And we even have a little bit left over to help our friends. American ingenuity did that. Now, Louisiana is a big part of the equation. And we're very, very proud to be a leader in energy production. Not every country is as blessed as America. Our friends in Europe, for example, they were relying on Russian oil and gas for their energy when Putin invaded Ukraine and then cut off their supply. This paralyzed many European leaders. They didn't know how they were going to run their businesses. They didn't know how they were going to heat their homes. They were totally dependent on Vladimir Putin and Russia. Fortunately, they had a friend. They had a friend in the United States of America. And we helped them out. And we kept their businesses running. And we kept their homes heated. And you know how we did it? You know what we did it with? American liquefied natural gas. American liquefied natural gas. Energy independence. One way to look at it. Energy independence is America's jackpot lottery ticket. Now, we've worked hard for it, but it's our jackpot lottery ticket. But for some reason, President Biden wants to light our winning numbers on fire. He's committing energy suicide. Did I mention that? At every turn, the Biden administration has taken steps to make it more difficult, more expensive, and sometimes flat out impossible to produce, transport, and sell the energy products that we need to power this great country. And these foolish policies, the latest of which is a moratorium on LNG. These foolish policies, they're killing American jobs. They're killing American jobs. They're driving up energy prices. They're jeopardizing our national security, and it needs to stop, Mr. President. Natural gas is the latest victim. President Biden's Department of Energy recently announced that it was issuing a pause. A pause. That's Washington speak. That's Washington speak. A pause on all new and pending permits for liquefied natural gas export projects. Can you believe that? Liquefied natural gas, it's not complicated. America helped invent it. You just take natural gas, which is in its gaseous forms, and you cool it, turn it into a liquid, put it on a ship, and you can send it all over the world. That's how we kept Europe open after Putin cut off Europe's oil and natural gas. It was a lifeline for our allies in Europe. It's a lifeline for many of our friends in West Asia. And President Biden, before this moratorium, he promised our allies in Europe that they could count on us for the LNG needs. And now President Biden has chosen to stab America's LNG producers and our allies in the back. Not in the front, in the back, by prohibiting the development of new LNG export terminals. This decision is going to kill dozens of multi-billion-dollar new terminal projects, including a project in Louisiana that we call Calcasieu Pass 2. $20 billion down the drain. Calcasieu Pass 2, a private project, private sector project, cost $20 billion. It was set to be the largest LNG export terminal in the United States. It would have brought thousands of good jobs to Louisiana and to America. It would have produced the energy to keep this country safe, to keep this country warm, and to help our friends. But President Biden's put all those jobs in the terminal itself in jeopardy. Why? Politics. To appease that neo-socialist faction that I talked about, who don't even like our country. Why? But, you know, the ironic thing about this, Mr. President, the whack jobs who talked the president into this said, well, we want you to help the environment. Attacking the natural gas industry actually hurts the environment. You don't have to be an astrophysicist to figure that out. Natural gas is cleaner than coal. Natural gas is cleaner than cow chips. Natural gas is cleaner than wood. That's what millions, billions of our world citizens are going to use if they don't have access to natural gas. As a result of natural gas drove a 32% reduction in American carbon emissions. We reduced our carbon emissions 32% from 2005 to 2019. And we did it with natural gas. And also, at the same time, we helped families pay half as much to heat their homes. We cut the price of the energy needs of the average American, and we created 1.4 million new jobs. The whole world wins, not loses. The whole world wins, including the economy, when Americans produce natural gas. But President Biden is going to pause all that success because some meathead activist on TikTok doesn't like natural gas. Give me a break. The president's LNG ruling is foolish. It demonstrates world-beating vacuity and deep profound stupidity. It is also the most recent of many actions. I say regrettably, and I mean that. It's also the most recent of many actions that President Biden has taken to undermine America's energy security. Before he even took office, remember the campaign? Before he even took office, President Biden said, and I quote, this is what he told the American people, quote, I guarantee you we're going to end fossil fuels. I guarantee you we're going to end fossil fuels. Close quote. Since his very first day in office, he's tried to do that. No matter how much it hurts Louisianians, no matter how much it hurts our allies and our friends, no matter how much it hurts the American people. Let me just give you a few examples. On his first day he was president, President Biden blocked the Keystone XL pipeline. It would have made transporting crude oil from our friends in Canada safer and cleaner. Would have been good for the environment. President Biden's Department of Energy reported that canceling, his own department said this, for God's sakes. President Biden's Department of Energy said after he made this decision that canceling the Keystone XL pipeline cost 59,000 American jobs, resulted in an economic loss of $1.3 billion. Stupidity should hurt more. Next, the Biden administration blocked all oil and natural gas drilling on federal lands. He cut off 25% of America's drilling rights. Then he placed restrictive emission caps on American coal and natural gas power plants that would force them to invest in costly new equipment or switch to hydrogen. Then, just recently, he canceled 7 oil and gas drilling leases, ending future drilling on more than 10 million acres, not 10,000 acres, 10 million acres of land in northern Alaska. Then he approved just 3 offshore drilling leases, the fewest number of offshore drilling sites approved by any president since the leasing began in America. Now, he's not just killing fossil fuels. He told us he was going to do it, and by God, he's doing it. But he's not just killing fossil fuel projects. He's killing projects that are essential for wind and for solar, too. Wind and solar energy and the electric cars that President Biden wants Americans to drive all rely on batteries. Duh, that's why they call them electric. Those batteries require rare earth minerals, cobalt, silver, copper, nickel. You can't just go to the Piggly Wiggly and buy those things. You've got to mine them. And we could mine those minerals in the United States. But once again, the Biden administration wants Louisianians and Americans to rely on countries that hate us for these minerals instead of mining for them at home. For example, President Biden recently announced a ban on all copper and nickel mining in Minnesota's boundary waters. All of it. The Biden administration's EPA also proposed a rule that would allow governors, blue state governors, I'm looking at you, California, I'm looking at you, Illinois, I'm looking at you, New York, that would allow blue state governors to block rare earth mining permits in their states. In fact, America's only cobalt mine closed on President Biden's watch. Foolish political energy policies make life harder for Louisiana and American families. Electric prices are already up 23% nationwide since President Biden took office, and that's just a fact. Look it up. Go to Google. Let me say that again. Electricity prices are up 23% on average nationwide since President Biden took office. Gas prices are up 32%. They come down some, thank God, but they're still up 32%. While Louisianians struggle under President Biden's energy and job-killing policies, our adversaries can't stop winning. Let's take Iran. Iran's oil imports are at a 5-year high. The Ayatollah in Iran, this guy made enough money to resume funding the terrorist attacks on an American basis. He's doing it all over the world. You know why? Because President Biden lets him. We have sanctions on Iran. The president will not enforce them. Venezuela, let's take Venezuela, another enemy of our country. Venezuela's oil imports increased 12% in 2023. You know why? President Biden took the sanctions off of them. China's probably the biggest winner of all. Even when President Biden tries to help the American people afford his surging energy costs, China wins. China wins. For example, I'll give you an example. The Biden administration allowed a Chinese-owned company to buy up fuel from our strategic natural petroleum reserve. We have a strategic natural petroleum reserve. We buy up oil, millions of barrels. We store that oil underground in case we need it, in case we can't get oil from anywhere else. It's our energy savings account. Well, President Biden decided to sell some. Decided to sell it. You know who he sold it to? China. China. It was a move so foolish that the House and the Senate, which usually can't agree on the fact that the sky is blue, both passed bills to prevent China from ever tapping into our petroleum reserve again. You can't make this stuff up, folks. Energy independence keeps America safe, keeps America strong, it keeps America prosperous. And Louisianians, I don't know about other states, but I suspect other Americans believe like Louisianians. Louisianians do not want to rely upon the whims of our adversaries to keep our country running. We cannot let President Biden commit energy suicide. We can't. To appease the radical left, the loon wing of his party. And so I ask my colleagues, Mr. President, to join me in pushing back against President Biden's anti-energy agenda and his moratorium on liquefied natural gas. Why? Because stupidity should hurt more. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that I be permitted to speak for up to 40 minutes and Senator Peters be permitted to speak for up to 3 minutes prior to the scheduled roll call vote.
Without objection.
Mr. President, with me today is one of my colleagues from my Senate office, Mr. Matt Turner. Mr. President, not long ago, on February 23rd, in fact, an article appeared in one of my state's local newspapers. If it had appeared on the opinion page where it belonged, I wouldn't be saying a word because everybody in America has the right to their opinion. Instead, it appeared in the news section as a purportedly objective news article. And in this article, this young reporter said, I want to quote, "The state," referring to the state of Louisiana, "the state has already banned transgender young people from receiving gender-affirming medical care." That's not true, Mr. President. and I wanted to spend a few minutes responding to this inaccurate statement in the news as opposed to the opinion section of one of my newspapers. Mr. President, it's very hard to be a parent today, and it's even harder to be a kid. Between social media and cell phones, this generation is growing up in a way that we could not have imagined a few decades ago. Nowhere is this clearer than the issue of gender confusion among our children. Children today are facing an onslaught of identity-obsessed activism. Well before a child learns the difference between adjectives and verbs, activists in many government schools are teaching their pre-K students lessons on transgender pronouns like Z and Zer. Public libraries are hosting drag queen story time for children of all ages. The American Federation of Teachers, one of our largest, if not the largest, national teachers union, actually runs a website, Mr. President, with a lesson on how teachers can help children hide their transgender status from their parents. I kid you not. TikTok essentially functions as a how-to transition guidebook. The issue of gender, Mr. President, has morphed from a topic that only involved the personal decisions of private adults into a movement that seeks to inject questions about gender and sexuality into every aspect of a child's life, with or without parental approval. In fact, parents who disagree with the notion that adults should be immersing young children in discussions about gender and sexuality fear being smeared as bigots. In more horrifying examples, parents risk losing custody of their children for refusing to adopt a particular, usually a pro-transgender ideology. Now, it's not new, Mr. President, for activists to target kids with their political rhetoric. Unfortunately, we see it every day in America. But the gender and sexuality agenda goes far beyond the usual policy disputes that we see on a regular basis here in Washington. We are talking about giving children irreversible medical treatments before they can even understand the consequences of those medical procedures. I want to be very clear here, Mr. President. 85% of the children who express some confusion about their gender, 85% of the kids who say they're confused about their gender will outgrow it by the time they finish as adolescence. Now, that's just a fact. We have no idea, unfortunately, which 8-year-olds are going to outgrow their gender confusion. But we know it'll be most of them, 85%. Yet some activists in this country, particularly at Planned Parenthood, want to put kids under the knife or pump them full of hormones before these minors have a chance to grasp the consequences. And it's happening throughout our country. Like with a frog in a pot, Mr. President, gender activists have gradually turned up the heat, and we've all seen it. Now, the United States is boiling over with some of the most radical pediatric gender policies on earth. To understand just how extreme these policies are, I need to discuss a few of these so-called treatments and how they're implemented today. Today, many activists believe that the only way to respond to a child with gender confusion is by affirming whatever the child says about his or her gender. Agree with the kids in all cases. Activists warn parents, we hear it all the time, not to question their child's gender proclamation. If a first-grade boy tells his parents he's a girl on a Tuesday, if a first-grade boy tells his parents on a Tuesday that he's a girl, these activists say parents are just supposed to agree with the child until the child changes his mind on a Thursday. Now, if you've ever raised a child, first, thank you. But if you've ever raised a child, there was probably a point during which your child told you that he or she was, I don't know, a lion. And that child would belt out a roar just to prove it. But I'm guessing, just a wild guess, that if that happened to you with your child, you didn't call animal control and say, hit him with a stun gun and take him back to the zoo. Why? Because you knew he was a child. We can acknowledge that gender dysphoria is a real and difficult condition. Let me say that again. We can acknowledge that gender dysphoria is a real and difficult condition for a small subset of our population. And at the same time, we can understand that it is foolish and dangerous and like a rock, only dumber, to blindly affirm whatever a child tells you about their identity, gender or otherwise. If a 13-year-old kid tells you he's a NASCAR driver, you don't give him the keys to your sedan. He's a kid. She's a kid. Yet gender activists not only encourage parents, in all cases, without question, to affirm their children's gender confusion, they also pressure parents to subject those kids to life-altering surgeries and life-altering hormone treatments. Puberty blockers. Puberty blockers are often the starting point for these activists. Now, puberty blockers are hormone-based injections, and sometimes they're implants. They're given to kids in our country today as young as 8 years old. And the purpose of a puberty blocker is to delay the onset of puberty. These drugs can prevent breast development and menstruation in kids, in girls. They can cause prevent genital growth in boys. They can also inflict lasting damage on a child's bone density. They can stunt bone growth, and they can harm future fertility. Those are all medically proven facts. The hormones used in puberty blockers are known as, let me say this carefully, gonadotropin-releasing hormone analogs. Gonadotropin-releasing hormone analogs. That's the medical term. These are also the same hormones used to chemically castrate sex offenders. These are the same hormones. These hormones that some doctors are giving our kids are the same hormones used to chemically castrate sex offenders. I didn't misspeak there. They give confused kids drugs designed to castrate adults. Now, the FDA hasn't approved the use of puberty blockers to treat gender dysphoria, but nonetheless, some doctors have been prescribing these hormones off-label to kids. In some parts of the country, children don't even need a formal psychiatric diagnosis of gender dysphoria before receiving puberty blockers. According to one estimate, from 2017 to 2021, the number of children prescribed puberty blockers, chemical castration for boys, increased by 120%. At least 4,700 children underwent the treatments during that period. Now, Most states, Mr. President, as you know, require parental consent before they give children the same drug they use to castrate pedophiles. But not all states. For example, in Oregon, children as young as 15 years old can receive Medicaid-funded, taxpayer-funded puberty blockers and sex change surgery without ever asking their parents, without ever telling their parents. In other words, taxpayers help the state fund gender transitions in children while keeping it a secret from their mothers and their fathers. And that same 15-year-old likely needs a signed permission slip to go on a field trip to pet llamas at the local zoo. But these kids can pump themselves full of life-altering hormones without mentioning it to mom or dad. If the child has already begun puberty, the next option that some radicals recommend is what they call cross-sex hormones. Cross-sex hormones. These drugs begin physically changing the child to resemble the opposite gender. Young girls are given testosterone. This increases their muscle development. The testosterone lowers their voices. It broadens their jawlines. And it creates coarse body hair. Young boys take estrogen. They're given estrogen. The estrogen shrinks their testicles, diminishes their sex drive, and it redistributes fat to their hips and their breasts. According to the Mayo Clinic, these changes usually cannot be undone. They're permanent. Boys who take estrogen often become infertile. They also risk blood clots, heart problems, and strokes. Girls who take testosterone also often become infertile. Cross-sex hormones can permanently hinder a person's sexual interest or function as well. It is undeniable that the decision to use cross-sex hormones can change a child's entire life. Yet Planned Parenthood offers cross-sex hormones to children as young as 16. Planned Parenthood even brags that individuals can begin cross-sex hormone treatment. I'm quoting. This is what Planned Parenthood says. The same day as your first visit. No letter from a mental health provider is required. Come on down and get the drug. Children can begin taking cross-sex hormones at age 13. 13-year-olds can't even drive, for God's sakes. They can't get a tattoo. They can't see an R-rated movie. Are we supposed to believe that a 13-year-old can make an informed decision about whether he or she wants to have children? Or whether he or she should risk their ability to function sexually with their future spouse? No child is mature enough to make that decision. So no child should be able to opt into cross-sex hormones. The surgeries that activists are pushing on our children are even more disturbing. The World Professional Association for Transgender Health, this is a group known for its support of pediatric transgender policies, has said that girls as young as 15 should be able to get double mastectomies to remove their breasts. By age 17, this group that purportedly cares about kids says that boys should be allowed to receive vaginoplasties. In a vaginoplasty, surgeons remove a boy's penis, they remove the child's testicles, and they remove the child's scrotum. Then, the boy's remaining genital tissue is stitched together to create something that mimics a vaginal canal. If the boy doesn't have enough spare tissue to complete the procedure, the doctor may slice a skin graft from his abdomen or his thigh. In other words, the doctor cuts up healthy skin, leaving significant scarring, just to finish the vaginoplasty. Some boys never regain sensation in their reconstructed genital area. Now, these medical extremists also offer a similar procedure to young girls. It's called a phalloplasty. During a phalloplasty, doctors carve off skin and veins, often from a young girl's wrist and thigh, to create a fake penis. The surgery is very complex. It's very risky. It often results in serious complications. Complications, frankly, so disturbing that they'll make you go weak in the knees. Because complications during phalloplasty happen so frequently, even the Radical World Professional Association for Transgender Health does not recommend phalloplasty in girls under 18. But some states allow it. Some states allow it. These procedures mutilate and they sterilize America's sons and daughters. Doctors cut out healthy organs to build a pile of flesh that may never regain full sensation or function properly, and it is barbaric. No child has the psychological maturity. No child has the emotional maturity to make this life-altering decision. Now, one would think that if adults are willing to chop up a child's body and pump him or her full of sterilizing hormones, there must be a good reason for it. If you ask many gender activists, they'll tell you that gender confusion is a matter of life or death. Now, to be clear, there are higher suicide rates among people who identify as transgender, higher than among the general population. Gender activists know this, and they misuse those statistics. That's why they often ask parents who are worried about the extreme gender treatments. They'll say to a parent, "Would you rather have a dead son or a live daughter?" Have you heard that? It scares parents half to death, and that's on purpose. What you won't hear these gender activists ask is whether these extreme measures actually improve a child's mental health. They don't ask that question because they don't like the answer. They know the answer, but they don't like it. Studies show that cross-sex hormones and reassignment surgeries have little to no effect on the long-term mental health of folks with gender dysphoria. A study was published in the American Journal of Psychiatry. It found that there was no significant reduction in mental health issues of suicidal ideation among adults following hormone treatments. This study also, and I'm going to quote, demonstrated no advantage of surgery. No advantage of surgery as it relates to reducing anxiety, to reducing depression, or to reducing suicidal thoughts. No advantage to the supposedly life-saving cross-sex treatments. Activists are mutilating and sterilizing children, and they don't even have a good reason for it. Still, thousands of children in the United States are receiving these treatments. A report from Reuters found that at least 4,700 American children took puberty blockers from 2017 to 2021. More than 14,700 children took cross-sex hormones from 2019 to 2021. Nearly 800 girls received double mastectomies. And that only includes the girls whose insurance covered the procedure. And I'm worried this is only the tip of the iceberg. The population of people diagnosed with gender dysphoria, including adults, by the way, increased in every state except South Dakota from 2018 to 2022. In Louisiana, my state, the population of people diagnosed with gender dysphoria has increased by 72% in 4 short years. If we look exclusively at gender dysphoria among children, the population of transgender children in the United States nearly doubled between 2017 and 2020. In Louisiana, 13 to 17-year-olds are nearly 3 times more likely to say they identify as transgender than adults aged 25 to 64. From 2018 to 2022, children's share of the total, often, of course, self-reported, transgender population in the United States increased from 17.5% to 20.4%. And that's over the entire population. Now, here's a fact, Mr. President, that should make everyone who cares about our society's more vulnerable members stop and think. A significant portion of these often confused children struggle with severe autism and mental illness. A study out of the United Kingdom found that 35% of children receiving care at the nation's transgender youth clinic suffered from moderate to severe autism. Children diagnosed as transgender are up to 13 times more likely to have ADHD, depression, or anxiety than non-transgender children. They're also more than 4 times more likely to have bipolar disorder than the general population. These kids who say they have gender dysphoria face enough challenges without gender activists rushing them into irreversible treatments, cutting off their breasts, removing their penises, based on what statistically will probably be temporary confusion. Young girls appear to be driving this surge, quite frankly, in adolescent gender dysphoria. One 2022 study, Mr. President, found that girls are up to 7.1 times more likely to present with gender dysphoria than boys. And I think we know that, just as a practical matter. In the United Kingdom, once again, the National Health Service, the NHS, reported that it had 250 gender dysphoria referrals about a decade ago. Most of them are boys. By 2022, the NHS reported 5,000 gender dysphoria referrals, 2/3 of whom were girls. That's why many fear that gender dysphoria has become a social contagion among young girls. In the same way that groups of girls developed eating disorders such as anorexia and bulimia in the 1990s and early 2000s. In the same way, girls today are developing gender dysphoria in groups as well. One key difference, though, exists. One key difference between disordered eating in the 90s and 2000s and the gender dysphoria we're seeing today is that educators and policymakers didn't blindly affirm eating disorders. Even today, we're not so foolish. Even today, doctors wouldn't give an anorexic teenager Ozempic or staple her stomach because she thinks she looks fat. We wouldn't do that. Yet activists rush to inject girls with irreversible cross-sex hormones and inflict double mastectomies on them, all in the quest to affirm their gender confusion. Thank God other countries are proving themselves wiser than America. Thank God. The United Kingdom, Sweden, Luxembourg, Finland, Denmark, and Belgium have all prohibited sex reassignment surgeries for children, for minors. Before doctors can prescribe children cross-sex hormones, many European countries require years of extensive documentation from a panel of psychiatrists, a panel of pediatricians, a panel of endocrinologists. In the United States, however, Mr. President, children can access irreversible hormone treatments without so much as a second opinion from doctors. A former caseworker from the Washington University Transgender Center at St. Louis Children's Hospital, that's the foremost pediatric transgender medical center in the U.S., said some kids at that facility were eligible for cross-sex hormones after a single visit, one visit to a therapist. Federally funded insurance programs won't pay for a woman to elect to tie her tubes, Mr. President. Not until she's 21 years old. And most insurance companies require a 30-day waiting period because it's important that a woman is certain before she consents to her own sterilization. Yet many activists are comfortable allowing children to take sterilizing medications at 13 years of age after a single appointment with a therapist, all because adults are supposed to trust children when they claim they're a different gender. I'm very thankful to say that Louisiana is full of compassion and common sense, and we don't do that. We know that this agenda is dangerous, and we know it's outrageous. And so does the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom used to have a similarly misguided policy until one brave woman came forward with her story, Kira Bell. Kira Bell was 15 years old when she first attended the Tavistock Clinic, which was then the UK's transgender youth clinic. Miss Bell had a pretty rough childhood. Her mother struggled with alcoholism. She regularly faced bullies at school. In her own words, she said, I was, quote, very mentally ill, and she struggled with depression. Miss Bell attended just a few appointments at the Tavistock Hospital before they put her on puberty blockers. Shortly thereafter, she began cross-sex hormones, and she eventually received a double mastectomy. A few years went by. By age 22, Miss Bell realized she regretted these changes, but the damage was done. The Tavistock Clinic took her breasts. The Tavistock Clinic lowered her voice. The Tavistock Clinic jeopardized her fertility, all before she even understood the consequences of those treatments. She was a kid. Her story horrified the people of the United Kingdom. Miss Bell brought a claim against the Tavistock Clinic to argue that kids were not psychologically mature enough to make irreversible medical decisions. The NIH investigated, and it found that the clinic had put young people, quote, at considerable risk of long-term mental distress. And the UK government then deemed that the treatments Tavistock offered were not a, quote, safe or viable long-term option, and that the Tavistock Clinic no longer exists today. The NHS shut them down. Mr. President, there's a growing population of young people like Miss Bell who regret receiving irreversible treatments when they were kids. They're generally known as detransitioners. A study out of Sweden followed adults who received treatment for gender dysphoria from 1960 to 2010. It found that roughly 2% of those in the study detransitioned. A new study in 2022, however, found that roughly 10% of people who received treatment detransitioned, and that number may be growing. Given the nature of these types of studies on regret, we won't know for many years what percent of the boys and girls receiving irreversible treatments today will regret it when they enter adulthood. We just don't know. But if the 10% figure holds, gender activists will have wrongfully mutilated or sterilized more than 1,500 American children between 2017 and 2021 alone. And there's a good reason to believe, Mr. President, that the rate of detransitioning will be much higher than current studies indicate. Because the majority of children who present with gender dysphoria at a young age outgrow it. 85% outgrow it. A 2017 study published in the Journal of Clinical Endocrinology and Metabolism found that 85% of children with gender dysphoria outgrew it during adolescence. And you know what, Mr. President? This figure is only surprising if you've never met a kid. Children change their minds often. Duh. One week they're obsessed with dolphins. The next week they love race cars. A kid can morph from the sweetest boy you've ever seen into a honey badger within the course of one Sunday morning church service. And we've all had that experience. And that's normal. Kids don't typically have a mature sense of self or impulse control, and that's why God gave them parents. But today, Mr. President, if a little girl has a week where she thinks she's a boy because she hates wearing dresses and loves to climb trees with her brothers, some activists think we ought to pump her full of puberty blockers that destroy her bone health so she feels, quote, affirmed in her decision to play cops and robbers with the boys. Secretary Hillary Clinton once famously said it takes a village to raise a child. What she meant was it takes the federal government to raise a child. No, it doesn't. Kids need parents to succeed, and parents have the right to raise their children according to their values. Parents are here to protect kids from danger, from the kids' own immaturity, and from misguided government agents. And contrary to what these activists say, there are some sane ways to treat children who struggle with gender confusion. Many doctors in Europe and the United States recognize that permanently maiming and chemically castrating confused children is bone deep, down to the marrow stupid. That's why many physicians have adopted the practice of watchful waiting. That's a treatment plan we offer in Louisiana, whereby doctors and psychologists wait to implement any medical treatment to children with gender dysphoria while watching to ensure that they have all the responsible mental health support that they need. As I mentioned earlier, 85%, Mr. President, of children will outgrow their dysphoria during puberty. Watchful waiting ensures that the child is well supported and protected from irreversible physical and psychological damage. Some activists, though, Mr. President, don't want to let doctors wait, and a lot of those activists work in the Biden administration. In 2021, the Biden administration announced that it would start requiring doctors to issue hormone treatments or surgeries to transgender individuals, even if such procedures run contrary to the doctor's medical judgment or religious beliefs. And unsurprisingly, the Biden administration has been sued over that. It's not just doctors facing pressure to conform to the demands of gender activists. In some states, parents have lost custody of their kids for refusing to do it. Schools have fired counselors simply for wanting parents to be told about their kids' gender transition. I am terrified that our country is mass-producing a generation of mutilated and sterilized young people because policymakers in our schools and our cities and our state capitals in Washington are too afraid to stand up and say enough. And that's why, in conclusion, Mr. President, I am so proud of the Louisiana State Legislature. Louisiana State Legislature passed HB 648. HB 648 protects Louisiana's children and supports their parents. HB 648 makes it illegal to use puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and surgery on children under the age of 18. Period. Full stop. It wasn't easy to get this bill passed. Our lawmakers faced strong opposition from gender activists, and our former governor, Governor John Bel Edwards, vetoed the bill. But in Louisiana, we will run into hell and back to keep our kids safe. And that's why Senate and House members, Democrats and Republicans in the Louisiana legislature overrode the governor's veto. They said no. Children are children. Congress, Mr. President, should follow the leadership of the Louisiana legislature and so many European governments to ensure that parents, not activists, have the power to make medical and moral decisions for their children. And that's why I'm helping to lead the Families' Rights and Responsibilities Act, which would do that. This bill would require the federal government to pass the strict scrutiny test. That's the Supreme Court's toughest level of review before it could infringe upon a parent's right. Nothing disturbs me, Mr. President, more than the notion that a child's upbringing should be determined by some bureaucrat rather than the child's parents, especially when those bureaucrats use the power of the government to maim children. It makes me want to throw up. It makes me want to reach for the sick bucket. Congress must do more to protect parents and their kids from the zealots of the transgender movement and from newspaper reporters who inaccurately report the news. Mr. President, I yield to my colleague, Senator Peters. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to begin with a quotation. Let me tell you something, New Yorkers. Never in my life have I had a problem that I did not see an ending to. But I don't see an ending to this. This issue will destroy New York City. This issue will destroy New York City. That's New York Mayor Eric Adams, Mr. President. He was responding to the crisis at our border. Mayor Adams is the mayor of our country's largest city. Now, New York City is about 2,000 miles from Eagle Pass, Texas, but the breathtaking influx of illegal immigrants into our country and the Secretary of Homeland Security's refusal to detain or deport them has brought New York City to its knees. To its knees. Mayor Adams now knows what Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas won't admit. When reality calls, you can only ignore it for so long. Secretary Mayorkas' actions have had consequences. And time's up. Time's up. I'm only going to say a brief word about the open, bleeding wound that is our southern border, which has been opened wide to unknown people, to criminals, to cartels, and yes, to terrorists. Number one, I know you know, Mr. President, that fentanyl is now the #1 killer of Americans between the ages of 18 and 45. And that fentanyl is coming across our open southern border. Number two, we know that under Secretary Mayorkas' watch, human traffickers have built a $13 billion, not $13 million, $13 billion business trafficking human beings across our border. Number three, we also know that roughly 450,000 children, unaccompanied, have shown up at the border. And most of them have been released into our country. Many of them, we don't know how many. Many of them have ended up in dangerous places with dangerous, evil people. And finally, as best we can tell, since President Biden has been president and Secretary Mayorkas has been Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, we have had 8.6 million people. 8.6 million people come into our country illegally. That's 4 Nebraskas. That's 4 Nebraskas. And we don't have the slightest idea who they are. Now, the United States House of Representatives has investigated this crisis. And it has found that some of the blame for this crisis lies with Secretary Mayorkas. And the United States House of Representatives has impeached Secretary Mayorkas for it. In its first article of impeachment, the House alleges that Secretary Mayorkas has, quote, willfully and systematically refused to comply with federal immigration law. The House says that Secretary Mayorkas has refused to detain some illegal immigrants as the law requires him to do, and has instead embraced his own catch and release scheme in which he has released huge numbers. I think any fair-minded American would call 8.6 million people huge numbers of illegal immigrants into the United States. The House says that Secretary Mayorkas has refused to follow unambiguous and clear federal laws that require him to detain illegal immigrants who are subject to deportation for engaging in criminal or terrorism-related behavior. The House says that Secretary Mayorkas has failed to make case-by-case parole determinations, which the law clearly requires. Clearly. And instead, he has, on his own, he has paroled millions of people illegally into the United States en masse. In its second article of impeachment, the House alleges that Secretary Mayorkas has breached the public trust in two respects: by knowingly making false statements to Congress that the border is, quote, secure, and that the Department of Homeland Security has, quote, operational control of the border, and by failing to comply with subpoenas issued by congressional committees seeking to exercise oversight over DHS activities. Any fair-minded person can see that these are serious charges, and they demand a full trial. Let me say that again, Mr. President. They demand a full trial. The Senate must let the House present its case, and then we must do our job and give that case careful consideration. If the Senate dismisses these charges without a trial, as if it's just a parking ticket being fixed by some politician, it will be the first time, the very first time that the Senate's long history that it has dismissed impeachment charges against an official it has jurisdiction over without that official first resigning. The very first time. Mr. President, the House of Representatives of the United States Congress has voted to impeach 21 times. Only 21 times in the history of this country. The Senate has only dismissed those cases 3 times. 3 times. In 2 of the cases that the Senate dismissed, the impeached official chose to resign instead of facing a trial in the Senate. As a result, the Senate dismissed the charges. Secretary Mayorkas has not resigned. In one of those cases, the last remaining case, the impeached official was a United States Senator. Perhaps some remember it. And the Senate concluded that the Constitution did not give it jurisdiction to remove a U.S. Senator through its impeachment process. Now, in this case, everyone agrees that the Constitution gives Congress the power to impeach and remove a sitting cabinet secretary. I repeat, the United States Senate cannot and should not turn a deaf ear to the democratically elected members of the United States House of Representatives by dismissing their charges against Secretary Mayorkas without a full and fair trial. Precedent demands a trial, Mr. President. Respect for the House of Representatives demands a trial, Mr. President. Respect for the law, Mr. President, demands a trial. And the American people demand a trial. And they deserve it. The United States Senate should do its job. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. With me today, Mr. President, is Mr. Matt Turner, one of my colleagues in my Senate office. Mr. President, I want to talk about one of President Biden's nominees to be on the federal bench. But first, I want to digress for a moment. I love animals. And I especially love dogs. If only people had the hearts of dogs, the world would be better off. And Mr. President, you and I, of course, are in the same profession, politics. Politics takes a big heart and a lot of wind and a thick skin. And I try not to worry too much about what anybody thinks of me, except dogs. I really like dogs. I used to have a beagle, Mr. President. His name was Roger. I loved Roger to death. We lost him a few years ago to cancer. Roger was a stray. Actually, Roger was raised to hunt rabbits. And if you know anything about beagles, when a beagle gets on a scent, the beagle is oblivious to everything else. They just follow that scent. And Roger got on a scent and got lost and showed up at my house. So Becky and I took Roger in. Roger was a rascal. He was a rascal. He loved us, but he couldn't help himself. Whenever there was a small crack in the door, Roger was gone. He was out and gone. And he'd stay gone 2 or 3 days. And I would worry incessantly. Oh, is he hurt? Will he come back? I love Roger. He'd always come back. But about half of the time, when Roger would come back, he'd come back dragging roadkill. And Roger, before he came, I wouldn't let him inside with his roadkill, so he'd go in the backyard and he would hide his roadkill. He didn't think I was watching him. Roger would hide his roadkill under my back porch. I miss Roger. Sometimes, not always, but sometimes the nomination process that the White House uses to select federal judges, the nomination process is what I'm talking about, looks to me like something Roger was hiding under my back porch. I just don't understand it. I don't understand the criteria or the process that the Biden White House uses to put people on our federal bench. Now, I'm not suggesting that President Biden hasn't made some good nominations, because he has. And I voted for his nominations, who I thought were qualified. But I think it's also, any fair-minded person would have to conclude that over the past several years, President Biden has nominated some people to the federal bench who, quite frankly, are not qualified to judge a pie contest. And that's just a fact. It's my opinion, but if you go look at the testimony of all of his nominees, I think you'll see I'm right. With respect, the president's pick of Mr. Adel Manji is frankly one of his worst. Mr. Manji is affiliated with an organization that calls itself the, quote, Alliance of Families for Justice. The Alliance of Families for Justice. In fact, Mr. Manji is not just affiliated with this group, he's on their advisory board. One of the Alliance's founders was a member of a domestic terrorist organization. What does that mean? One of the Alliance's founders was convicted of murdering police officers in cold blood. He killed cops. Now, the Alliance of Families for Justice, on whose board Mr. Manji sits, or at least sat, advocates for the release of people who kill cops. Let me say that again. I didn't know such organizations existed. The organization on whose board, advisory board, Mr. Manji sits or sat, advocates for the release of people who kill cops. This organization has even called people who kill police officers, quote, freedom fighters. Freedom fighters. Wow. I know that sounds crazy. That's because it is. It's also why so many law enforcement organizations have sent all of us on the Judiciary Committee letters opposing Mr. Manji's nomination. I've never gotten so many letters or phone calls from law enforcement supporting or opposing, in this case, opposing a nomination. For example, I'm not going to read all of them. I would be here the rest of the evening. For example, take the National Sheriff's Association. I think most of us have heard of them. The National Sheriff's Association wrote all members of the Judiciary Committee, and here's what they said. They said, Mr. Manji's association with, and I'm quoting now, not my words, the sheriff's words, Mr. Manji's association with a quote, an organization advocating the release of convicted cop killers is seriously disturbing, end quote. That's coming from the sheriffs. According to the National Sheriff's Association, the Alliance's position, on whose board, advisory board, Mr. Manji sat or sit, according to the sheriffs, the Alliance's position is, quote, I quote once again, not only tone deaf to the sacrifices made by law enforcement officials, but also disrespectful to the victims of heinous crimes, as well as the family and friends of officers who have made the ultimate sacrifice. End quote. We also heard from the National Association of Police Organizations. I think most people have heard of them. They said, quote, about Mr. Manji's nomination, they said Mr. Manji's, quote, conscious work with the Alliance shows an anti-victim and anti-police bias that would certainly cloud his decision-making as a judge. That came from the police. Those aren't my words. Those are law enforcement words. Now, by itself, Mr. Manji's work for and with this organization that I refer to as the Alliance should be disqualifying. But there is more, Mr. President. There's a lot more. From 2019 to 2023, 4 years, Mr. Manji also served on the advisory board of another group. And this group calls itself, quote, the Center for Security, Race, and Rights. The Center for Security, Race, and Rights. This organization is steeped in hatred and anti-Semitism. I don't know any other way to put it. And I think any reasonable person who looked at the center's work would agree with me, at least as to my description. Now, every single American that I know, and I bet this is true for you too, Mr. President, every single American that I know remembers where they were on September 11, 2001. We call it 9/11. We don't even have to explain ourselves anymore. We just say 9/11. And every American knows what you're talking about. On the 20th anniversary of 9/11, Mr. President, Mr. Manji's Center for Security, Race, and Rights, on whose advisory board Mr. Manji either sits or sat, they sponsored an event entitled, here's the title of their event, quote, Whose Narrative? 20 years since 9/11, 2001. This event, the purpose of this event was to blame America and blame Americans for 9/11. That's why they held the event. This event and the speakers there blamed, quote, U.S. imperialism. Not the terrorists, U.S. imperialism for the 9/11 attacks that killed thousands of innocent American citizens. And the event featured some of the most despicable speakers that even the most fertile imagination would be challenged to come up with. One of those speakers, Mr. Sami al-Arian. Mr. al-Arian was convicted of providing support to the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Another speaker, Mr. Rabab Abdul-Hadi, let me try that again, Abdul-Hadi, has ties to terrorist hijackers. A third speaker, Mr. Hatim Bazian, publicly called for an intifada in the United States. Hard men, rough words, American imperialism. Now, Mr. Manji claims that he didn't know about this event. That's what he told us in committee. But his center has a long, long history of sponsoring vile, hate-filled events, and that's just a fact. That's not rhetoric, that's just a fact. Are we really expected to believe that Mr. Manji had no idea what the center was up to? He sat on this advisory board, for God's sakes. Now, let's talk about the director of this center on whose advisory board Mr. Manji sat. The director also has a vile history of bad behavior. In 2021, the director of this organization on whose board Mr. Manji sat, he signed a letter. That letter's posted on the Alliance's website. So far as I know, you can go to it and read it right now. In the letter, the director says, I'm going to quote, that she is, quote, in awe of the Palestinian struggle to resist violent occupation, removal, erasure, and the expansion of Israeli settler colonialism. Israeli settler colonialism. Hamas murdered, raped, maimed Jewish men, Jewish women, little Jewish children, and according to Mr. Manji's organization's director, it's Israel's fault. The center's director describes himself as being in respectful awe. I think the vast majority of Americans would describe themselves as being nauseated. The center's director, of whom I speak, also personally recruited Mr. Manji to serve on the center's advisory board. Again, are we really expected to believe that Mr. Manji didn't know about the director's vile behavior? Did Mr. Manji not even run a single Google search on this person? Now, on top of all that, I do not believe, this is one person's opinion, I do not believe that Mr. Manji told me the truth in our judiciary here, Mr. President. When I asked him about his involvement with this radical organization, Mr. Manji told me he only provided, quote, advice on academic areas of research. That's what he told me. He said, my only involvement is advice on academic areas of research. Those aren't my words, those are Mr. Manji's words. But it turns out he was also funneling money to the organization. Tens of thousands of dollars from himself and from his law firm. I didn't know that at the time of the hearing. I wish that I had. Now, with these facts in mind, and I've tried, Mr. President, just to stick to the facts, I find it very hard to believe that anyone can, in good faith, strike that, Mr. President. I find it hard to believe that a fair-minded, objective person who's not involved in this nomination can defend Mr. Manji's nomination. Now, some of my Senate colleagues are doing that. That's okay. Sometimes people disagree, and that's a good thing. You know, I believe in having two sides, opposing sides, come together in a dialectic. Sometimes that's how you find the truth. But it's gotten kind of personal. I regret that. Some people, not all people, Mr. President, you don't do this, but some people, when they're losing an argument, they tend to rely on epithets. You know, you're a racist, or you're a sexist, or you're a misogynist, or you're a Nazi, or you're a bigot, or in this case, you're Islamophobic. And some of this members of this body have made that suggestion. They've suggested that all the people who are opposing Mr. Manji's nomination, based on the facts that I just tried to describe as fairly as I could, some senators have suggested that asking Mr. Manji's questions about his involvement with these organizations is Islamophobic. One of my colleagues, which again is his right, came down to the Senate floor and he said that certain Republican members of the committee, quote, believed that he, referring to Mr. Manji, must be a terrorist because he's a Muslim. Wow. That got my attention. That's not true. I believe that Mr. Manji is not qualified to be a federal judge because he supports organizations that celebrate people who kill law enforcement officers. He supports organizations that hate Americans. And he supports organizations that hate Jews. When President Biden has, as I said earlier, Mr. President, when President Biden has nominated qualified people to serve on the federal bench, I've supported them. Regardless of their race, regardless of their gender, regardless of their religion. I confess to asking tough questions in committee. That's my job. When you're put on the federal bench, you're there for life. For life. You're unelected, and you're there for life, and you have the full power of the United States of America, the most powerful country in all of human history, behind you. So you better get it right. Just a few years ago, for example, I voted to confirm one of President Biden's nominees, Mr. now Judge, Mr. Zahid Qureshi. Mr. Qureshi happened to be at the time the first Muslim American federal judge. I voted for him. Doing a great job. Unlike Mr. Manji, Judge Qureshi was not on the board of an organization that celebrates and advocates for the release of cop killers. He was not on the board of an organization that sponsors anti-American events and blames 9/11 on American imperialism. Judge Qureshi was qualified and is qualified to serve on the federal bench. Mr. Manji is not. He's just not. That's not Islamophobia, Mr. President. That's just a fact. And I think anyone who's being honest with themselves, particularly if you go look at the confirmation hearings and read the evidence, I think any person who's being honest with themselves will agree. So for these reasons, Mr. President, I ask my colleagues to oppose Mr. Manji's nomination, and I urge President Biden to withdraw it. Thank you, Mr. President, for your time and attention. And with that, I yield the floor. Madam President.
The senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, a lot of history has unfolded in this room. The United States Senate has been home to some of the most formative debates in our nation's tenure. These are fierce arguments among passionate, intelligent people. It's not all that different from the debates today. The Senate has always welcomed these sometimes tense disagreements by respecting the rules and the traditions of the institution. It's how a senator like me, who is a member of the minority party, can stand here and speak freely about the issues that matter to the American people and to the people of Louisiana. Now, my Democratic colleagues in the Senate today may be about to make some new history in this room. Apparently, they think it's a brave new world, and they want to set a dangerous new precedent. For the very first time, Senate Democrats are seeking to table, maybe even dismiss, an impeachment of a sitting cabinet official without even holding a trial. They are summoning spirits they won't be able to control. Please, my colleagues, don't do it. I fear, though, that Senate Democrats are going to try to take the articles of impeachment that our colleagues in the United States House of Representatives thoughtfully crafted and passed with a majority vote and toss them into the trash without hearing from either side. They don't want to let the House impeachment managers make their case. They don't want to let Secretary Mayorkas make his case. They just want to ignore the House's evidence, summarily sweep it under the rug and move on, and that is wrong. The Senate has never in its history tabled an impeachment. Never. In the more than 200 years that this body has existed, the House of Representatives has impeached an official 21 times, and we have never once tabled the impeachment. Not once. Now, Senator Schumer may also try to dismiss these charges instead of tabling them. But that's never been done before either. If the Senate dismisses these charges without a trial, it will be the first time in the Senate's long history that it has dismissed impeachment charges against an official it has jurisdiction over without that official first resigning, and that's a fact. I want you to consider this. The United States House of Representatives has voted to impeach an official 21 times, only 21 times in our long history. The United States Senate has only dismissed 3 of those cases. 3 out of 21. Now, why did they dismiss them? In 2 of those cases, the impeached official chose to resign instead of facing a trial. As a result, the Senate dismissed the charges. In this case, Secretary Mayorkas has not resigned. In one of those dismissed cases, the impeached official was a United States Senator, and the Senate concluded that the Constitution did not give it jurisdiction to remove a U.S. Senator through the impeachment process. Here, everyone agrees that the Constitution gives Congress the power to impeach and remove a sitting cabinet secretary. Now, Madam President, listen to me carefully on this. The United States Senate has the right and the responsibility to hold this trial. Yet Senate Democrats want to ignore our chamber's history and forfeit our constitutional authority by tabling or dismissing these charges without even considering the evidence. Without even considering the evidence. Americans need to hear what I'm about to say, even if my Democratic colleagues won't listen. Let me say it again. A majority of the duly elected members of the United States House of Representatives, who represent all of the communities across America, spent months investigating the allegations against Secretary Mayorkas. They spent months drafting the articles of impeachment. And a majority of the House then voted yes to bring 2 very serious charges. The Senate Democrats are now treating those charges, those articles of impeachment, like spam that landed in their inbox. Americans, however, are not nearly so sanguine about the border crisis that has brought death, drugs, violence, chaos, criminals, and mayhem into their neighborhoods. The Biden administration's border crisis is as unprecedented as the majority leaders move to bury the evidence of who could be to blame here. I, for one, want to hear the House's evidence, and so do the American people. The majority leader's move is unprecedented. It's undemocratic. And I am confident that my Democratic colleagues, if they do this, please don't, but if they do it, will regret this new precedent when they find themselves in the minority, just as they regretted breaking the Senate precedent for confirming judicial nominees. You see, Republicans do not like to break precedent when we're in the majority. We respect the traditions of this chamber because we respect the voters who sent all 100 of us here. If my Democratic colleagues set a new precedent that tramples the rights of the minority party and silences the voices of the Americans who elected them, if they do that, Senate Democrats will have to own that decision and bear its consequences. Now, Madam President, I've listened to the loon wing of the Democratic Party spend the better part of the past decade making passionate speeches about how important it is to protect democracy, to uphold the rule of law. And they're right. President Biden even ran his campaign on the idea of restoring our norms, as he called them, and defending democracy. Apparently, though, the rules of the loon wing were of the for thee and not for me variety. Whenever protecting democracy and upholding the rule of law becomes politically challenging, the loon wing has been happy to ignore the rule of law and the will of the people. Isn't that special? Their political expedience is in full view today. But it's not the first time that their cynicism has reared its ugly Democratic head. I'm sure, Madam President, you will remember, I'll give you just two examples. The loon wing spent several years promoting a conspiracy that the Trump campaign was an arm of the Kremlin, despite no objective evidence to tie President Trump to Russia. Democrats and several members of the national security community rushed to dismiss any information found on Mr. Hunter Biden's laptop as, quote, Russian misinformation, despite not having any objective evidence, we now know, to make that claim. And those are just two of many examples that I could give. Secretary Mayorkas' impeachment may be the best example of this hypocrisy to date. The same Senate Democrats who have shouted for years about defending democracy and upholding the rule of law seem ready to disregard serious impeachment charges without so much as a second glance. These senators, if they do that, won't just be silencing the House of Representatives, Madam President. They'll be silencing the American people who want their borders security back. You can pick any poll, any one you want, and you'll find President Biden's approval rating on the issue of immigration and border security is on a journey to the center of the earth. A recent Associated Press poll, for example, found that more than two-thirds of Americans, 69% of Americans, disapprove of how the Biden administration is handling border security. I can't imagine that these same Americans would approve of Democrats' refusal to even hear the evidence that Americans see play out in their communities every day. This poll is only surprising if you peaked in high school. Under President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas, the southern border has become an open, bleeding wound. It's become a cesspool of misery. Drug trafficking, human trafficking, sexual abuse of women, sexual abuse of children, drowning, dehydration, widespread illnesses, death, all have become commonplace. In total, Border Patrol has encountered illegal immigrants at the southern border more than 9 million times since President Biden took office. That's 4 Nebraskas. The Biden administration has failed to remove 99% of foreign nationals that it has released into this country. The backlog of immigrant court cases has doubled under the Biden administration's watch. These foreign nationals have overwhelmed American cities. Instead of investing in American citizens, Cities throughout the country, they're raising taxes. They're cutting programs to fund prepaid debit cards for migrants. American children have to stay home from school because Democratic officials turn their classrooms into housing units. Democratic leaders in New York City, Chicago, Denver, Houston, Los Angeles have begged the Biden administration to do something to curb the flow of unvetted people into their cities. Of course, it's not just people flowing illegally over that border, Madam President. Cartels have flooded the United States with poisonous fentanyl over that border, too. Customs and Border Protection seized nearly 53 pounds of fentanyl from 2021 to 2023. Not 53,000 grams, 53,000 pounds. That's enough to kill the entire population of our planet. This poison actually did kill more than 70,000 Americans in 2022. It's now the leading cause of death among Americans 18 to 40. The Biden administration's border policies bring Americans nothing but suffering. If you hate America, however, the Biden border strategy has been a blessing. Cartel smuggling operations saw revenues increase from $500 million in 2012 to $12 billion. That's B, as in billion, in 2022. The policies that President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas have implemented are directly responsible for this disaster at our southern border. At every turn, the Biden administration has ignored the laws of this land and this Congress and the will of the American people to facilitate their own broken border security policies. Now, the House has detailed several examples in their articles of impeachment, and we ought to hear their evidence. To start, the law requires that all foreign nationals who are not clearly admissible must be, quote, retained for a removal proceeding. Instead, Secretary Mayorkas established a catch and release. Catch, release, repeat. A catch and release scheme that incentivized illegal immigrants to flood our country. The law also requires that law enforcement take an illegal immigrant who commits a crime or has ties to terrorism or both into federal custody. That's the law. Yet Secretary Mayorkas told his department not to follow that law regarding the, quote, mandatory arrest and detention, close quote, of criminal aliens. Our law also says that law enforcement must detain illegal immigrants. Instead, Secretary Mayorkas has paroled them wholesale by the thousands into our country, where they could catch a bus or a plane to any unsuspecting community they desired. And not only that, Secretary Mayorkas even gave them the money to do it. Secretary Mayorkas killed the Remain in Mexico program. He quashed contracts to build a border wall. He ended the safe third country agreements that allowed America to work with other countries to find protection for migrants in need. By tabling or dismissing the articles of impeachment without so much as a trial, my Senate Democratic colleagues will be endorsing the Biden administration's lawless approach to the southern border. They will be setting a precedent that the next administration can ignore the laws of Congress and the will of the American people, too. Impeachment matters, Madam President. It's an important check we have on the executive branch, and we have an obligation to take it seriously. We have an obligation to give any charges brought the full trial they deserve. I'm going to have a resolution, if I'm allowed to present it, Madam President, that'll give the procedures we need to conduct this trial fairly and efficiently. And I will be bringing that at the appropriate time. It will be efficient, It'll be fair, it'll be honest, it won't uproot the long-standing precedent we have given to articles of impeachment in the past. If the majority leader and my Democratic colleagues table or dismiss these charges and destroy Senate precedent that we've established to conduct full and fair impeachment trials, they will regret it. They will regret it. Senate Democrats, if they do that, will show the world that their proclamations about rule of law and protecting democracy are just tools of their own political experience and arrogance. Senate Democrats will let the people, American people, know that they endorse the lawlessness and the misery the Biden administration's broken border has brought to this country. I don't think Americans' future should be beholden to the politics of the moment, and that's why I want the Senate to do its job and hear this evidence. Madam President, I yield the floor. Madam President, I'd like to talk for a few moments about, and then I'm going to have a motion, about the impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas. As you know, Madam President, our government is one of laws, not people. Laws, not people. And as you also know, Madam President, the United States Senate is built on precedent and custom and history and the law, not political expedience. We in the Senate are supposed to listen to the American people, not ignore them. And one of the ways we do that, Madam President, is by playing by the rules that we have all agreed to. All of the rules. All of the time. Now, my Senate Democratic colleagues today, or at least very shortly, however, may be willing to jeopardize centuries of this stability, the stability that this body has brought and lives by for short-term political advantage. We all know what's going on here. We all know exactly what's going on here. For the very first time in our nation's history, my Senate Democratic colleagues are seeking to table, maybe even dismiss, an impeachment by the United States House of Representatives of a sitting cabinet official without holding a full trial. If my Senate colleagues do that, they will be summoning spirits that they won't be able to control. Let me say it again, Madam President. The United States House of Representatives. We're not talking here about some snowbro who lives off chicken McNuggets and weed and happens to have an opinion. The United States House of Representatives, elected by all of the American people, spent months investigating our border policy and Secretary Mayorkas' role in it. And then they thoughtfully crafted and they passed with a majority vote 2 articles of impeachment. And now my Senate Democratic colleagues want to toss them out in the trash like a week-old tuna salad sandwich without hearing from either side. In the more than 2 centuries that this body has existed, we have never once tabled an impeachment. Not once. The Senate has never dismissed impeachment articles under these circumstances either. Neither tabled nor dismissed. If the Senate dismisses these charges without a full trial, it will be the first time in the Senate's long history that it has dismissed impeachment charges against an official it has jurisdiction over without the official first resigning, and that's just a fact of history. The Senate has the responsibility to hold this trial, and everybody in this body knows it. Yet, my Senate Democratic colleagues seem willing to forfeit our constitutional authority in order to bury the evidence of how bad the border crisis is. Now, I, for one, want to hear the House's evidence. And Senate Republicans are offering our colleagues across the aisle, all of whom I respect, by the way, a menu of options for how to hear that evidence and listen to Secretary Mayorkas' defense without eroding democratic institutions. If Democrats set a new precedent by making an impeachment trial impossible, as I'm afraid they're going to try to do, they will be silencing the voices of the Americans who elected them, and they will have to own the decisions that they will be making and bear the consequences tomorrow. And tomorrow may come sooner than they can imagine. Apparently, my Democratic colleagues are really leaning in on their double standards. Whenever protecting democracy, have you heard that expression? Or upholding, quote, the rule of law. Have you heard my Democratic colleagues talk about the rule of law? I have. I agree with them. Whenever they use those expressions, but it becomes politically challenging, they seem happy to ignore the rule of law and the will of the people. And their political expedience is in full view today. I regret to say that. We'll see what my Democratic colleagues do with respect to my resolution and Senator Lee's resolution. Senate Democrats, I'm afraid, are silencing the American people who want their country's secure border back. And the truth is that the American people are tired of the drug trafficking, they're tired of the human trafficking, they're tired of the sexual abuse of women and children, they're tired of the widespread illnesses, they're tired of the death, they're tired of the behavior of President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas with respect to the border, they're tired of the chaos, they believe it's chaotic by design, and they believe it is undermining their national security. And they're right. Now, the American people may be poorer under President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas, but they're not stupid. They're not stupid. In total, more than 9 million people, foreign nationals, have crossed the southern border under President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas. 9 million. That's 4 Nebraskas. And Secretary Mayorkas doesn't have any idea who they are. He doesn't have any idea where they are. Customs and Border Protections also seized 53,000 pounds of fentanyl from 2001 to 2023. That's enough to kill every man, woman, and child on this planet, for God's sakes. Not the United States, this planet. The southern border is an open, bleeding wound. Now, the majority of the House of Representatives reached that conclusion. That's why they voted to impeach Secretary Mayorkas. And they have sent us their evidence. And that evidence alleges that Secretary Mayorkas' policies have made our immigration system septic. If I were Secretary Mayorkas, I would want to answer those allegations. As a senator, I want to hear the evidence. And I know the American people want to hear the evidence. These are serious charges, Madam President. By tabling or dismissing the articles of impeachment without so much as a trial, like it was just spam in their inbox. My Senate Democratic colleagues are endorsing the Biden administration's lawless approach to the southern border. They're setting a precedent that the next administration can ignore the laws of Congress and the will of the American people as long as it advances the majority party's agenda. That's what they're saying. Now, my resolution will give the procedures we need, set up the procedures we need to conduct this trial fairly and efficiently. My resolution is modeled on the procedures that this body used during the second impeachment trial of President Trump. When President Trump's first impeachment came to the United States Senate, Senate Republicans were in the majority. You didn't see us trying to table that impeachment. You didn't see us trying to dismiss that impeachment because we believe in the rule of law all the time, not just when it's politically expedient. We heard the evidence. We did our job. And that's what we ought to do right now. The proceedings set forth in my resolution are efficient, they're fair, they're honest, they will not uproot the long-standing precedent that we have given to articles of impeachment in the past. It will give the articles of impeachment serious consideration, as we have always done. And here's my final point. If my Senate Democratic colleagues, let me say it again, each and every one of whom I respect, if they choose to ignore this impeachment, they will have placed their seal of approval on the lawlessness at the border and the chaos it has brought to so many American communities. And they will have ignored 200 years of Senate precedent. 200 years. A charitable interpretation based on policy does not exist for what my Democratic colleagues are going to try to do. It is all based on raw, gut politics. And they know it, and I know it. And everybody in this room knows it. Please don't do it. Please, my friends, don't do it. Please don't allow the Senate to rot from within. The American people deserve better. I ask unanimous consent, Madam President, that the Committee on Rules and Administration be discharged from further consideration, and the Senate now proceed to S-Res 623, my resolution that I just talked about. Further, that the resolution be agreed to, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Madam President, reserving the right to object. Madam President, the senator from Louisiana is my friend. We throw that term around here in the Senate, but it's true. I think he would say the same. We both serve on the Senate Judiciary Committee. We've worked on issues together. We've been adversaries, but we've done it respectfully, and I will continue that, I hope, this day. But the gentleman, the senator from Louisiana, brings to the floor of the Senate and to this debate special qualities. He sounds many times like a homespun, backwoods lawyer. Don't be fooled. He's a graduate of a famous university in England. I've forgotten which one. Oxford, Cambridge, one of those. They're not in the Big Ten, I'm sure of that. But I know they're in England, and I congratulate you. I was never even considered for a university of that stature. He's a brilliant, lawyer and senator and raises important questions, not just for the moment, but for history. The question before us today that he's raising is about the purported impeachment, I should say actual impeachment, of a member of President Biden's cabinet, Mr. Mayorkas, head of the Homeland Security Department. And that is about to be reported to the Senate, and we have constitutional responsibilities when it is reported. In this situation, we are waiting for the actual report to arrive. I think it will be momentary, perhaps this week or next, and we will take up this matter as we are required to do. The House Homeland Committee engaged in a year-long investigation of Secretary Mayorkas and his alleged maladministration of the border of the United States. This committee in the House held 12 hearings, testimony from more than 24 witnesses, producing nearly 400 pages of reports. The Senate, when sitting as a court of impeachment, is not responsible for making the case on behalf of the impeachment managers. We are the jury. We are the ones who will decide the impeachment. Our duty is to make the determination based on the articles of impeachment and the facts at hand. We are not a fact-finding operation. My friend from Utah is also on the floor. During the first Trump impeachment said, and I quote, "The Senate, here sitting as a court of impeachment, has both the authority and the obligation to decline to hold a full trial where the material facts of the case are not in dispute," end of quote. The facts are not in dispute here. This is the first time that the House has successfully impeached a sitting cabinet-level official without providing any evidence of a high crime or misdemeanor. None. All those hearings, all those pages, all those witnesses, no evidence of high crimes or misdemeanor, and that is a requirement under the Constitution. The articles of impeachment that will be before us contain zero evidence that Secretary Mayorkas has committed high crimes and misdemeanors. Instead, they can be read as a summary of Republican grievances with this administration's approach to border policy, immigration, detention, and methods of removal and parole, all of which is conduct that falls squarely within the executive branch's constitutional prerogatives. Fortunately, the Constitution was designed to prevent this type of partisan politics driving this effort from contaminating the extraordinary process of impeachment. The delegates to the Constitutional Convention considered and rejected the concept of maladministration as an impeachable offense, in part because they feared the misuse of impeachment for purely political retribution. The Constitution empowers the Senate to have the sole power to try all impeachments and to determine the rules of its proceedings, but the Senate only has the power to convict, remove, and disqualify officers whose conduct meets the constitutional standard. That standard is well known to all members of Congress, and the Senate particularly. Given that the Senate only has the power to convict, remove, and disqualify officers who have committed, quote, treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors, end of quote, the appropriate Senate response to impeachment articles that do not articulate those charges is obvious. If congressional Republicans were genuinely interested in addressing concerns about our border, they should be willing to work on a bipartisan basis to pass legislation fixing our broken immigration system and give this president and Secretary Mayorkas the tools they've asked for to address the situation at the southern border. I want to make sure this is clear on the record. The border is broken. It needs to be fixed. What we should do, and what we did do, is to establish a bipartisan committee. The Republicans said, we insist that James Lankford, a respected senator from the state of Oklahoma, speak for us and negotiate for us when it comes to changing the rules at the border. We agreed with that. Senators worked with Senator Lankford, whom I respect, and came up with a bipartisan proposal that gave new authority to the president and to the executive branch to deal with the crisis at the border. What happened on the Republican side of the aisle when James Lankford, the Republican senator from Oklahoma, came up with this proposal? All but 7 of them, I believe that was the number, walked away from him and said they wouldn't support it. Why did they do that? You know why they did it. Because Donald Trump announced that he wanted no part of any agreement, any bipartisan effort to solve the problem. And then former President Trump said, and blame me. Well, I am blaming him. We had an opportunity to actually do something on the floor of the Senate when it came to the border. He stopped it. And so many of the Republican senators who begged us to work with Senator Lankford turned their backs on him after the yeoman effort he put into this undertaking. That's the reality. We had our chance on a bipartisan basis, and still do, to resolve this problem rather than engage in any political stunt. Instead, the vast majority of Republicans, including the junior senator from Utah and others on the floor, recently blocked a bipartisan border reform bill that was written by the Republicans' designated negotiator, Senator Lankford. They had their chance. It didn't work. Neither will this. I object.
The objection is heard.
Madam
The senator from Louisiana.
I will respond briefly. The United States House of Representatives. The United States House of Representatives has found, after a lengthy investigation, that the chaos at the southern border is man-made. And the United States House of Representatives has alleged that that man's name is Secretary Mayorkas. We need to hold a trial. Now, Senator Durbin is my good friend, and as usual, he is eloquent. And he sounds very confident that the evidence will exonerate Secretary Mayorkas. How does he know? He hasn't heard the evidence. And he doesn't want to hear the evidence because he's scared that the American people might disagree. That's what this is all about. Raw, gut politics. Mr. President. Mr. President, with me today is one of my colleagues from my office, Mr. Matt Turner. I want to talk about the woolly mammoth in the room, impeachment. And I want my colleagues to just put aside for a second the legal aspect of this. Just stop thinking for a second about how many lawyers can dance on the head of a pin. And let's just think for a moment what's about to happen over the next 2 days. A few moments ago, the managers from the United States House of Representatives came over. Every member of the Senate was here and seated and read their articles of impeachment, their charges about Secretary Mayorkas. The United States House of Representatives, did you notice I said that? Representatives of the United States House of Representatives came over to us. As I said the other day, we're not talking about some snow bro who likes chicken McNuggets and weed and has an opinion. We're not talking about some game boy who's living in his parents' basement and has an opinion. though both of them are entitled to their opinion. But this is America, because this is America. We're talking about the United States House of Representatives. For months, they investigated the open, bleeding wound that is the southern border, and why it is open and why it is bleeding. And after investigating it, not for days, not for weeks, for months, the United States House of Representatives voted 2 articles, 2 charges in an impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas. And those are serious charges. They're as serious as 4 heart attacks and a stroke. The first one is willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law, not negligence. Willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law. The second charge is breach of the public trust. Breach of the public trust. Serious, serious charges. Now, this doesn't happen every day or every week or every month or even every year around here. Our country's almost 250 years old. This has only happened 22 times. 22 times has the United States House of Representatives impeached a public official. And every single time, check it, go Google it. Every single time. You can write this down, take it home to mama. Every single time, except when the public official has quit, the United States Senate has done its job through thick and thin, whether the Democrats were in the majority or the Republicans were in the majority. Didn't matter who the president was. We did our job because we respect the institution of the Constitution. We respect the 3 branches of government. We respect the United States House of Representatives. We respect them enough to do our job. We held a trial every single time, except when the public official quit. Now, in the next 2 days, you're going to hear one of my colleagues, the majority leader, say we don't need to hold a trial. He's going to say the evidence is insufficient. It's not worth our time. I want you to think for a moment. Just ask yourself this question. How does he know the evidence isn't sufficient? How does he know? He hadn't heard the evidence. What you're about to see, folks, it breaks my heart to say this. Over the next 2 days, what you're going to see is not about the evidence. It's not about the law. It's not about the process. It's not about, but should be, 250 years of precedent in history. It's about raw gut politics. Raw gut politics. Some of my colleagues in this body do not want us to talk about the border in an election year. And we all know that. You know that. I know that. Everybody watching knows that. The American people know that. They may be poorer under President Biden, but they're not stupid. They can see that. And that's not right. It is fatuous. It is fraudulent. Regardless of what you think, or you may think you think without having heard the evidence, the United States Senate should do its job. We should hold a trial. Now, my Democratic friends have the votes. They can do pretty much what they want to. Okay? They can make a when you've got the votes, you know, you can, what's the old expression? You can make a koala bear eat hot peppers and like it if you got the votes. They got the majority, and I believe in the rule of law, and the rules are the rules. But sometimes the majority just means that all of the fools are on the same side. That's why we have a Bill of Rights in our Constitution, to protect our rights that the majority can't take away. And I want to say this as respectfully as I can, because I understand politics. I've been in this business for a while. You have too, Mr. President. I've seen the dark side of it too. I've seen the good side, but I've seen the dark side of it. And what I'm seeing right now is the dark side. I'm seeing the dark side. This is a political decision. And it's an insult to the Senate. And it's one more step of the United States Senate rotting from within, where we don't do our job for political reasons. So I'm asking my Democratic colleagues, I say this gently, with as much respect as I can muster, pretty please, with sugar on top. Let's do our job. Just because you have the votes, don't dismiss these impeachment proceedings summarily, like it's spam in your inbox. The United States Senate needs to do its job. Mr. President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Thank you. Clerk will call a roll. Ms. Baldwin.
With me today, Mr. President, are two of my valuable colleagues from my office, Ms. Maddie Dibble and Mr. Christian Ami. And I'm glad to have them today and thank them for their good work. You know, Mr. President, from afar, being an NFL football player looks like a lot of fun. But if you've ever been down on the field when those guys are playing, it is brutal. I mean, it is brutal. Some NFL linemen weigh over 300 pounds, and it's all muscle. A lot of NFL quarterbacks, they're pretty big themselves, but they're not 300 pounds, probably missed their high school days when they only had a chubby 16-year-old lineman trying to tackle him under those Friday night lights. We have a player on the New Orleans Saints that we're all proud of in Louisiana, Mr. Cam Jordan. I'll bet even Mr. Jordan, who's a starting defensive end for the Saints, and one of the best in the NFL, has days when he wishes his competitors were only half as big as the ones he faces every Sunday and every day in practice. But think about this. If Mr. Jordan were to announce tomorrow that he identifies as a 16-year-old, and if Mr. Jordan then tried to join the football team at Zachary High School, my alma mater, no one in America would pretend that Mr. Jordan is actually a student athlete with the right to take the field along with teenage boys. I mean, most Americans would think you're from outer space. They would be thinking, what planet did he just parachute in from? I mean, every sane person in Louisiana and on planet Earth would understand that a 34-year-old NFL player has no place tackling kids who haven't even been to the prom yet, for God's sakes. Not only would it be unfair to allow Mr. Jordan on the Zachary High School football team, I'd probably send a few kids to the hospital in the first quarter, in the first minute. Men and women don't take the field against one another for the same reasons. It's fundamentally unfair, and women could get hurt. Yet there are activists in our country today. I wish I didn't have to say this. There is a president in our White House who think the laws of physics and biology don't apply to transgender athletes. And these activists and President Biden are happy to destroy athletic opportunities for every woman in America to prove their point. These activists and President Biden are working throughout the country, you've read about it in the media, to force biological women and girls to compete against biological men and boys. The ACLU is one of those supporters. The ACLU, for example, says it's a, quote, fact that, quote, trans girls are girls. Now, these activists and President Biden say that it is a, quote, a myth. They call it a myth that transgender female athletes have a physical advantage over biological girls. As an aside, if that is the case, if this is a myth and not a fact, then you have to wonder why so few transgender men who are actually biological women are anxious to play on male sports teams. But I digress. The fact is, you don't need a graduate degree in anatomy to know that these claims are specious. They just are. Both the medical and the physical science and the data show that men have obvious and significant advantages over female athletes. I mean, unless you're the reason that your parents drank, you know that. It's just a fact. That's how our Creator made us. Even before birth, baby boys begin developing different hormones and skeletal structures that help them outperform women athletically. Testosterone exposure in the womb, before the baby is born, alters brain development in boys. This improves their motor skills, increases their aggression, two traits that benefit competitive athletes. Boys also experience what doctors and scientists call a, quote, mini puberty. They call it a mini puberty in the womb. So that shortly after birth, baby boys will gain weight faster than baby girls. That's biology. That's not political ideology, that's biology. And that ultimately contributes to boys being taller than girls on average later in life. The differences between boys and girls, as I think most of us know, explode during puberty. They explode during puberty. Girls develop hearts that are 14% smaller than boys. Girls develop smaller lungs, that are 12% smaller than men on average. That helps boys take in more oxygen. Duh. It helps them pump blood more efficiently than girls can. That's biology. And that gives boys a clear edge in endurance sports, sports like running, cycling, swimming, rowing. Girls also during puberty, again, a biological fact, develop a wider pelvis on average, and this decreases the amount of force their legs can exert when they're lifting or kicking or pedaling. That's another relative disadvantage when you compare female athletes to male athletes. Boys develop broader shoulders. I think most of us know that. Common sense is illegal in Washington, D.C., but it's not in the rest of America, and I think Americans know that. Boys develop broader shoulders to make space for more upper body muscle mass. Again, a biological fact. It's hard to think of a sport, I can't think of one, in which a higher muscle to fat ratio isn't helpful. The average boy will also grow 5 inches taller than the average girl during this time. Even when women and men are the same height, men have higher levels of bone density, which helps them move more forcefully and escape more injuries in athletics. A biological fact. Women are at a competitive physical disadvantage against men from birth. And this is especially clear at the very elite levels of athletics. Top-ranked high school boys, for example, regularly out-sprint female Olympians. Many high school boys, now we're talking the elites in high school, I wasn't one of those, but the really fine male athletes in high school, they could run faster than female Olympians. And they're in high school. In 2016, for example, American female sprinter Allison Felix, Miss Felix, earned an Olympic gold medal in the women's 400-meter race. Miss Felix is a wonderful athlete. A year later, after she won a gold medal, more than 285 American teenage boys logged a faster 400-meter time than Miss Felix. Don't take my word for it. It came from a study done at Duke University. More than 4,300 adult male athletes across America clocked faster 400-meter times than Ms. Felix. And she was an Olympian. In many Olympic track or swimming events, the female world record holder wouldn't even qualify to compete against men. In strength-based sports such as weightlifting, men outperform elite women in the same weight class by as much as 30%. Activists try to distract from biological reality by claiming that men lose their advantages over women when the men begin taking cross-sex hormones. That's not true. The differences between men and women begin in the womb. And no amount of hormone treatments or surgeries can undo those. Estrogen shots don't shrink a man's heart or his lungs, nor do they change the structure of the pelvis or the size of a skeleton, nor do they change your height. One study revealed that men who have been taking cross-sex hormone treatments for 2 years can still run 12% faster and do 10% more push-ups on average than the women. That's just a biological fact. If you think that's misogynistic, curse our Creator if you have the courage. It's just a biological fact. Perhaps that's why the University of Pennsylvania swimmer, you've heard of her, when she first competed, her name was William Thomas. She was a male. She is now a transgender female, very prominent athlete. She now goes by Leah Thomas. She went from being the 554th ranked man in swimming to a top-ranked woman in the 200-yard freestyle when she was allowed to compete with biological women as a transgender female. Now, at least it's in swimming, each athlete gets their own lane. A mediocre male athlete's transition into a top-tier female athlete kills the dreams and it kills and steals the scholarships of biological women. I'll talk more about that later. But at least the female swimmers aren't usually in physical danger because everybody's got their lane. Contact sports are a whole different thing. Transgender athletes have seriously injured female competitors on several occasions, as President Biden's and these activist movement have been forced on many of our schools. In May 2023, for example, about a year ago, a high school volleyball player in North Carolina sued her state's high school athletics association after a transgender player, transgender female, born a biological male, spiked the ball in her face. Boom, hit her right in the face. She got a concussion. She's suffering from long-term physical and mental injuries. Not just physical injuries, mental injuries. Last October, a high school senior in California suffered a season-ending concussion after a transgender, born biological male, now a transgender female, after a transgender volleyball player spiked the ball and hit this young woman in the face during the game. She couldn't play high school volleyball anymore. This February, a girls' basketball team in Massachusetts forfeited a game. They said, no mas. We quit. We can't go on. They forfeited a game after a transgender athlete, biological male, transgender female, injured 3 female players. The other team was going to run out of players, so they had to quit. And the coaches were worried that more of their players were going to be hurt. Now, how many women and girls are going to be rushed to the hospital while activists and President Biden create safe places in which transgender athletes can hurt female athletes as a matter of course? Shouldn't we be asking that question? Some activists say that a biological man, as I indicated, some activists may say that a biological man has the same physicality as a biological woman. Put down the bomb if you believe that, but this is America, you're entitled to say what you want. And some say that biological man doesn't have any advantage physically as over a biological female. But that doesn't change the laws of nature. That doesn't change the laws of science. It doesn't change the laws of anatomy. The truth is that a woman's bone doesn't care that the person who snapped it identifies as a woman or a man or whatever. They just know their bone's broken. American female athletes are not lab rats. They're not lab rats we can subject to a social experiment. They have goals and dreams too. And they've worked hard too to develop their skills, to earn scholarships, to win championships. No girl, no woman, no female in America should end up on the bench with her arm in a sling because the Biden administration wanted a biological man to feel included. Broken bones will heal in most cases. But transgender athletes have also inflicted a different kind of pain on female athletes. a pain that's a lot harder to mend. I'm thinking of the pain felt by athletes like the swimmer from the University of Florida who missed out on the chance to swim as an All-American because Ms. Leah Thomas, formerly Mr. William Thomas, who ranked 554th as a man in swimming, took her place and dominated the women's race. We should all worry about the swimmer from Virginia Tech who didn't get to compete in the final race of her collegiate career. That's a race she'll never get back because Ms. Thomas stole her spot in the pool. How discouraging. How discouraging it must be to dedicate your life to a goal, only to have these activists and President Biden rip them away because institutions are unwilling to accept the immutable facts of anatomy. I reject the proposition. I do. I reject the proposition that it's okay that some young athlete in Louisiana who spends hours in the pool or in the gym each night has to have her college championship taken away by a biological boy because the Biden administration says so. I reject that. Transgender athletes are not just undermining the game for female athletes, they're also stealing opportunities for women athletes to earn scholarships to get an education. This isn't just about competition, it's about getting an education. That's why we call them scholar athletes. The NCAA, for example, not exactly a model of courage, by the way. You ever seen a catfish once you catch it and bring it up on the bank? It flips and it flops and flips and it flops. That's the NCAA. They just go with the political winds. Their attitude is, we have standards. If you don't like our standards, we have others. The NCAA sets limits on the number of scholarships available for every sport, men and women. By definition, giving a transgender athlete a scholarship means a non-transgender girl will not get one. Duh. Yet the University of Washington recently offered the first Division I women's volleyball scholarship in the current country to a biological male. It won't be the last. This is the first Division I scholarship taken away from a female athlete. But it won't be the last. Now that makes President Biden happy. I'm happy he's happy. But that makes most fair-minded Americans sad. It makes me sad. Additionally, we have only just begun to see how much money is at stake for female athletes who could earn private sponsorships. Have you followed the career of Angel Reese, our star, former star at LSU, now playing in professional basketball? Have you followed the career of Ms. Caitlin Clark? They make a lot more money from their sponsorships than they do from their salary playing their sport. Now, regardless of how you feel about paying college athletes, it's here. Name, image, and likeness sponsorships, they're here. And they present an enormous financial opportunity to athletes. From July of 2021 to June of 2022, about a year, college athletes earned nearly $1 billion in sponsorship deals. We're talking a lot of money here. We don't know yet how much sponsorship money female athletes can earn. We're sort of in the infancy of this. But we know for certain that they won't earn a penny if a biological male takes their spot on the team. I know that. A lot of girls are already suffering the consequences of this reality. Chelsea Mitchell, Ms. Chelsea Mitchell, for example, she missed out on several track and field championships because the state of Connecticut forced her to compete against biological boys. She sued her state high school athletic association, good for her, because she believes she could have earned a better scholarship if she'd finished first. This is what she told reporters. When colleges, quote, when colleges looked at me, they didn't see a winner. They saw a second or a third place. I wasn't a first place finisher, and I think that's what really hurt me. The playing field, I've talked a lot about it. Playing field is not the only place where young women worry about facing transgender females. The locker room, it's become a nightmare. Ms. Riley Gaines, a female swimmer, she's been very outspoken to protect female athletics. You've probably seen her interview. She said, I felt and feel, quote, extreme discomfort, her words, not mine, sharing a locker room with a nude biological man. She added, quote, we were not forewarned. We were not asked for our consent. And we did not give our consent. Ms. Gaines and more than a dozen other female athletes recently sued the NCAA, good for them, for forcing them to share a locker room with Ms. Leah Thomas, formerly Mr. William Thomas. The plaintiffs say that what the NCAA did violated their 14th Amendment right to bodily privacy. And it's hard not to believe them. If Ms. Gaines, who's a tremendous athlete, and she's very well educated, felt disturbed and violated by having a biological man in her locker room, think how horrifying it is for a teenage junior high school girl. A teenage junior high school girl in her locker room after soccer or volleyball practice with a biological male. Imagine how helpless parents feel when they can't shield their teenage daughter from naked men and boys without killing their daughter's chances to play and win the sports they love. Here's the choice parents face. You can either play the sport, their daughter can either play the sport they love, or they can be forced to look at a young boy's penis in the locker room. Are you kidding me? The discomfort that adults and President Biden are subjecting female athletes to should be enough for us to say that biological males should not be in the girls' locker room, let alone exposing their penises in front of those girls. Only fools would ignore the reality that some, not all now, but some men would abuse misguided gender policies for their own sexual advantage. We've already seen some horrific instances of this. You've probably read about the disturbing assault in Loudoun County, Virginia. Sexual abuse in girls' restrooms by biological males. I will happily send you the media articles, President Biden, if your staff has not shown them to you. Now look, I have great empathy. I have genuine empathy for the small percentage of Americans who struggle with gender dysphoria. I do. And I hope they can somehow find peace in their lives. But I do not think that we need to sacrifice the physical safety of women. I do not think that we need to or should sacrifice women's athletic, educational, or professional opportunities just because some activists and President Biden claim that injecting biological men into women's sports is the only way to make transgender Americans feel included. And don't let activists and President Biden try to tell you that protecting women is a controversial opinion. They're going to try. 70% of Americans Poll it. You'll see this every time. 70% of Americans think that only girls should compete in women's sports. In fact, many transgender Americans are part of that 70%. They don't believe biological men should compete in women's sports because it's going to destroy women's sports. Yet their stories by some members of the media have been co-opted by people determined to force boys onto girls' teams and into their locker rooms. Now, Louisiana's already put a stop to this. In 2022, the Louisiana State Legislature passed a bill, it's now an act, called the Fairness in Women's Sports Act. It prohibits biological boys from competing against girls in elementary and high school sports. It sailed through our state legislature. It was bipartisan. Republicans voted for it, and a whole bunch of Democrats voted for it. It's just common sense that biological girls should take the field against should take the field against biological girls, and biological boys should compete only against biological boys. That's how we in Louisiana see it. We need a whole lot more of Louisiana's common sense in Washington, D.C. Congress has done a lot. I'm proud of this body. Congress has done a lot to protect women's sports in the 50 years since Title IX became law. I'm very proud of Title IX. I think President Biden is trying to turn it into something that we don't recognize, and I don't think he has the authority to do it. But I'm very proud of the original Title IX. And it would be a great disgrace to allow activists and President Biden to erase all the progress that we have made in elevating women and women athletes in order to conduct a social experiment or in order to demand inclusion. Activists, let me give you the bottom line. Activists and President Biden, they want to force young female athletes to change clothes in front of biological boys in their locker rooms. They accept a biological man's slide tackle on the football field with a smile. That's what they want women to do. Just grin and bear it. And President Biden and activists want young women to hide their tears when a biological male walks away with the trophy that those women have spent their entire lives working for. And it is wrong. Pass me the sick bucket. Pass me the sick bucket. That's what most fair-minded Americans are thinking. Mr. President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
I want to talk, Madam President, about a topic I hate to talk about. It's very unpleasant. But it's necessary that we talk about this. Some of my colleagues want it to go away, but it's not going away. I thought, Madam President, that we had all agreed that sexual predators and bigots are not welcome in America's workplaces. We've all heard of the Me Too movement. The Me Too movement, President Biden endorsed it. Many of my colleagues have actively supported it, as have I. The Me Too movement reminded us all that America is no place for creepy old men who sexually harass and demean their employees. I thought we had agreed to that. I don't remember seeing any exceptions in the Me Too movement for President Biden's appointees to the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. We call it the FDIC. There's not supposed to be a carve-out for bigots and perverts at the FDIC to harass their coworkers when they're supposed to be regulating America's banks. So why hasn't President Biden shown FDIC Chairman Mr. Martin Gruenberg and his leadership team the door? Why hasn't he fired them? Based on the latest report from the agency, not a single Biden appointee should keep his or her job at the FDIC. Now, Mr. Gruenberg released a statement a few minutes ago. He didn't say he resigned. He said he's prepared to resign as soon as his successor is confirmed by the United States Senate. In the meantime, he's going to continue on as FDIC chairman. It triggers my gag reflex. I mentioned this report. This report, 234 pages, it was done by a law firm called Cleary Gottlieb at the request of the FDIC. The FDIC and Mr. Gruenberg were forced to ask for this report because the Wall Street Journal published a series of articles about the sexcapades at the FDIC. And the FDIC leadership was forced to respond. Cleary Gottlieb issued this report. I was very suspect at first because Mr. Gruenberg and others had picked Cleary Gottlieb to do it. But after the report's been issued and I've had a chance to read it, it's clear to me that the law firm, as it should have, pulled no punches. The report tells us that nearly 1 in 10 employees, 1 in 10, at the FDIC has experienced sexual harassment, racial discrimination, verbal abuse, or other inappropriate behavior while working at the agency. I want you to listen to this. I hate to have to say it, but I want the American people to understand what's been going on under Mr. Gruenberg's leadership at the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. This is what the report told us. One Hispanic employee told investigators with the Cleary Gottlieb law firm that his FDI supervisor made him recite the Pledge of Allegiance at work to, quote, prove that they were American. Another FDIC employee reported that her supervisor told her, quote, you're a mother. You don't belong in the workplace, end quote. The report goes on. One senior FDIC official who had a reputation for visiting brothels during his work trips, isn't that special, sent his coworker a photograph of his penis. Another senior FDIC official who allegedly was thrown out of a strip club during a work trip because he groped the dancers, this official the same day asked his female coworker, quote, does your husband eat you? An FDIC field officer pursued sexual relationships with several female employees, including a student intern. Another employee reported that a former FDIC executive, quote, grabbed her and rubbed himself on her after a happy hour. My God. One female employee recounted more than 6 years of persistent sexual harassment from a senior FDIC bank examiner. She said the examiner continuously sent her disturbing text messages, including one that said, quote, "Get naked, bitch." The employee said the behavior bordered on the edge of stalking. You think? Look, I could go on for hours here. I'm not sure my stomach can stand it. In total, there's 6,000 workers at the FDIC. In total, more than 500 reported misconduct by their bosses. Creepy old men. They reported 145 incidents of sexual harassment, 436 reports of gender, sexuality, or race-based discrimination, and 320 incidents of verbal abuse and bullying. The investigators in this report noted that many of these employees had never previously reported the harassment because the employees at the FDIC had a real and widespread fear of retaliation from the agency's management. The FDIC employees who did report through the years, who did report their harassment to the agency, quickly realized that it was a mistake and a waste of time. From 2015 to 2023, 92 brave employees directly reported incidents and instances of harassment or abuse to the agency. Good for them. The management of the FDIC didn't fire or demote or dock the pay of a single creep because of these reports. In fact, the FDIC often punished the victims rather than the predators. They would move the victims from the victim's job, not the predator. The predator got to stay. The victims were moved. Didn't matter if they were experienced, didn't matter if the victim enjoyed his or her job, they had to move because a creep was molesting them. In fact, when a male examiner called his colleague, quote, a grizzly bear with tits, close quote, the FDIC relocated the woman instead of the man who made the comment. Again, I'm sorry to do this, but I'm just reciting the details of just 8 of the hundreds of reports of harassment at the FDIC. Now, FDIC Chairman, Mr. Martin Gruenberg, he's been a top official at the FDIC for 2 decades, as the FDIC has devolved into what apparently is a hellscape for its employees. Mr. Gruenberg has been chairman of the FDIC for 10 of the last 13 years. He started at the agency in 2005. Mr. Gruenberg didn't just supervise the harassment at the FDIC. According to the report, he participated in it. According to Mr. Gruenberg's employees, Chairman Gruenberg repeatedly, quote, disrespected, disparaged, and mistreated, end quote, his staff. Not the predators, but his staff that was trying to help him manage the agency. According to the report, Mr. Gruenberg would berate them, threatened to fire him, participate in, quote, embarrassing and inappropriate, close quote, group chats with them, and throw temper tantrums where he'd throw papers his staff prepared for him against the wall. One of his loyal staff members told investigators, quote, in my entire career of 35 years, in my entire career of 35 years, I've never had anybody treat me like that. Reports of Chairman Grunberg's abusive behavior ranged from 2007 to just last year, showing that he's been a menace to his employees for as long as anyone, just about as long as anyone can remember. Yet when my friends in the House of Representatives asked him if he'd ever been formally accused of abuse, you know what he said? He seemed to forget that he was the target of an abuse allegation. He said no. He had to go back and later correct the record to confirm that he was. Mr. Grunberg didn't just struggle with holding himself responsible for bad behavior, but he also refused to hold others accountable too. He even handpicked a known abuser. He picked one of these creepy old men, someone whose outburst had cost the FDIC more than $100,000 in a settlement for a key promotion to serve as the FDIC's general counsel. Employees told investigators that they expect Chairman Grunberg's leadership team to, quote, pay, promote, or move, close quote, the serial predators within the FDIC. It's all in the report. Mr. Grunberg has not once, taken responsibility for his failed leadership. He said he was sorry, but he's never taken responsibility. When he was speaking with the investigators who compiled this report, Mr. Grunberg denied every single solitary allegation. Now, the role of the investigators was not to advise the FDIC about whether Mr. Grunberg and his leadership team should resign. But if you read the report, 200 plus pages, it's clear what they think. The investigators said Mr. Grunberg's, quote, apparent inability or unwillingness to recognize how others experience certain difficult interactions with him would make it difficult, I would use the word impossible, for him to restore the FDIC to something that resembles a respectable workplace. Chairman Grunberg is far from the only bad apple at the FDIC. That much is clear from the report. Not everyone is a bad apple at the FDIC. There are many employees who are very good employees there, but not all of them. And they've been getting away with this for years. In my opinion, after you read this report, you would conclude that everyone in senior management either knew of the gross, disgusting, and bigoted behavior and did nothing, or they've proven themselves to be such incompetent leaders that they don't deserve to oversee a pet goldfish, much less a federal agency. If the executives at the FDIC had any sense of decency, they would resign today, not issue some weenie statement that, yeah, I know things are bad at the FDIC, and I'll consider resigning as soon as the Senate confirms my successor, but I'm going to continue on in the meantime. That's the statement that Mr. Grunberg issued. And you know what we've heard out of the Biden White House? Nothing. Zero. Zilch. Nada. If I could fire Mr. Gruenberg, I would. But the only person who can fire Mr. Gruenberg is President Biden. Yet no one at the White House wants to talk about this. No one seems interested in firing Chairman Gruenberg or demanding his resignation. Instead, and President Biden won't even address it. He sent a spokeswoman out to suggest that President Biden has not fired Mr. Gruenberg because, quote, Chairman Gruenberg apologized and has committed to the recommendations that have been provided by the independent report. Let me get this straight. Chairman Gruenberg is going to implement the recommendations which investigated the abuse while he was chairman of the FDIC. Well, let's take a look at a few of the recommended changes that President Biden thinks Chairman Gruenberg is qualified to implement. One recommendation that the report includes says that the FDIC must work to protect the victims of sexual harassment, discrimination, and bullying. You think? How is Mr. Gruenberg, who issued a statement today saying, well, I might resign as soon as the Senate confirms my successor, how is Mr. Gruenberg, who's proven for more than 2 decades that he has no interest in protecting his employees, supposed to get that job done? He won't even admit that he's a bully. How does the White House think he's going to recognize and deter other bullies and predators? Another recommendation in the report is to enact a culture transformation within the FDIC. The investigators recommended that the board of the FDIC hire an individual to oversee this transformation. I thought that's why we had a chairman. If Mr. Gruenberg's past hiring decisions are any indication, he and the board will probably promote the agency's top pervert to the post. The most important recommendation the investigators made, in my view, is that the FDIC must hold leadership accountable for their harassment. Does President Biden really believe? Does he really believe that Chairman Gruenberg is going to hold himself accountable? Are the dozens of creepy old men that the chairman has protected for 2 decades? Put down the bong. Wouldn't firing Mr. Gruenberg and every other bigot or predator in senior management at the FDIC be the obvious first step in holding leadership accountable for this abuse? As one employee put it, allowing Mr. Gruenberg to oversee improvements to the FDIC's culture is like, quote, foxes guarding the hen house. I'd put it another way. It's like asking Alec Baldwin to teach a course on gun safety. Mr. Gruenberg and every single member of senior management ought to hide their heads in a bag. The Me Too movement ought to mean something. And frankly, the White House should hide its head in a bag. I don't read an exception to moral order in the Me Too movement for the FDIC, because Mr. Gruenberg happens to be of a particular party, the same party as the president's. These folks ought to quit, and they ought to quit today. And if they don't, President Biden should fire them. Anything short of firing them will show that President Biden condones this behavior. The FDIC employees, and there are many good ones, they're only responsible for making sure that our banks are secure in the wealthiest and most powerful country in all of human history. Those FDIC employees deserve a professional workplace. They deserve a workplace where they can do their jobs with dignity. And young women don't deserve to be sexually harassed and sent pictures of their boss's genitals. The taxpayers deserve this too. And the banks being examined deserve this as well. You know, when President Biden took office in 2021, I remember in one of his press conferences, I don't know how the subject came up, but the subject of appropriate workplace conduct came up, and President Biden correctly said that he would fire on the spot any appointee who disrespected other members of his staff. Those are the president's words, on the spot. And he told his appointees that he expected them to do the same. The evidence, Madam President, is plentiful that Chairman Grunberg disrespected his staff and allowed a toxic culture to bloom at the FDIC. He should resign. He should resign immediately. It's time to clean house at the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. Madam President, I yield the floor. Reserving the right to object.
Senator from Louisiana.
Madam President, reserving the right to object. And with all the respect I can muster for Senator Durbin, and I mean that, Dick, I do not believe that most of my colleagues think this bill is about ethics. This bill is about abortion. In June of 2022, the United States Supreme Court decided the Dobbs case. It returned the issue of abortion to the American people through their states. While the Supreme Court was deliberating that case, my colleague and my friend, Senator Schumer, went over to the Supreme Court. And on the steps of the Supreme Court building, I was there. I remember it like it was yesterday. This is what Senator Schumer said. I quote, "I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, not Justice Gorsuch, not Justice Kavanaugh. I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind, and you will pay the price. You won't know what hit you," Senator Schumer said, "if you go forward with these awful decisions." Close quote. What we're seeing today with this legislation, in my opinion, but most senators agree with me, is part of the promised whirlwind. And I do not believe that we should try to undermine the integrity of the institution of the Supreme Court of the United States because we're unhappy with one of its opinions. I will withhold my objection at this time, Madam President, to allow my friend Senator Lee to speak.
Is there an objection?
Madam President,
Senator from Utah.
reserving the right to object. The United States of America has benefited.
Will the senator withhold his request?
Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm going to talk just for a few minutes this evening about my people in Louisiana. They are hurting. Inflation is gutting them like a fish. This inflation, like all inflation, is man-made. And that man's name is President Joe Biden. President Biden has proven to be an inflation machine. He has spent trillions and trillions of dollars that we do not have. He has injected so much money into this economy that we are practically drowning in liquidity. And unless you were in the quad playing Frisbee during Econ 101, you know that inevitably that is going to cause inflation. And indeed it did. Now, I realize there is a yawning disconnect between what President Biden says and what my people in Louisiana are experiencing. There is. President Biden says that the economy is just fine. He says the economy is just wonderful. And I'll tell you what my people say. My people say, with respect, Mr. President, you need to put down the bong. Because in our state, we are paying more to live worse. And we're not going to be able to retire because of you, Mr. President, until 4 years after we're dead. Louisiana is not a wealthy state, Mr. President. Our median household income is about $58,000. That's mom and dad both working, 2 children. $58,000. It's about $4,800 a month. President Biden's inflation is costing my people an extra $900 a month. That's not a year. $900 a month. $11,000 a year. My average family's making, once again, $58,000 a year. They've got to find, all of a sudden, an extra $11,000 a year. Since President Biden has been president, his inflation has caused the average family in Louisiana an extra $22,000. You don't have to take my word for it. You can see this chart. You don't have to be a senior at Caltech to see that the direction is up. And these extra costs were caused by inflation. The prices of consumer goods in my state, on average, are up 20% since President Biden took office. Some are up a lot more. Some are up a little less. But the average is 20%. Credit card debt is up 46%. The average credit card balance in Louisiana is now $5,800. When you're making $58,000 a year for a family of 4, $5,800 is a lot. Delinquent credit card debt is up 11%, the highest in 12 years. We have had a record number of people who have had to take early withdrawals from their retirement accounts, Mr. President. The average electricity bill in Louisiana is up 28% since President Biden took office. Gasoline in Louisiana up 53%. Eggs, 69%. Bread, 28%. Coffee, 28%. Rice, 29%. Flour, 30%. Milk, 15%. Ice cream, 22%. Chicken per pound, 27%. If you're a mom and dad, and you're both working, and you have maybe 2 car notes, certainly 1 car note, and a mortgage, and 2 children, how can you afford this? You can't. When you group these necessities that I'm just talked about by category, what you see is that on average, for my people in Louisiana, again, we're not a wealthy state, food is up 21% on average. Housing is up 290%. Clothing is up 11%. Used cars and trucks are up 21%. New cars and trucks are up 19%. And mortgage rates are up a breathtaking 156%. Now, President Biden has said, truthfully, and I agree with him on this, and I'm very happy that it happened, that inflation is coming down. And it is. But let me tell you the difference between inflation and prices. When inflation starts to go down, we call that disinflation. That doesn't mean prices are falling. That just means that prices are going up less quickly. At one point, we were experiencing 9% inflation. Prices were going up an average of 9% a year. Now it's somewhere in the 2 to 3.5% range. That means that prices are only going up 2 to 3% a year. Again, that doesn't mean prices are falling. That just means they're going up less quickly. That's a long-winded way of saying that disinflation, which I just described, is very different from deflation. Deflation is when prices fall. And these prices, the president leaves this part out. These prices, I'm sad to say, are permanent. They may not go up anymore if we can get inflation down to roughly 1 to 2%. But the higher prices are still permanent. And don't take my word for it. I can refer you to the testimony of both Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen and Federal Reserve Chairman Jay Powell, who both testified in the banking committee on which I sit. These prices are permanent. Mr. President, my people are really getting good. They're really getting good at barely getting by. And it hurts. It hurts deeply. President Biden's inflation in my state is a cancer on the American dream. And it didn't have to be this way. We tried to tell him. We tried to tell him that if not only we, when I say many of my Republican colleagues, many of my Democratic friends did as well. Jason Furman, economic advisor to President Obama. I remember clearly, Dr. Furman, now at Harvard, said, with all due respect, Mr. President, you spend this kind of money, you're going to have inflation, and we did. And the worst part of this is that President Biden has no plan to get it down. None. And I regret to say, but I think the only place that we're going to find economic sanity in our country again is in the voting booth. Thank you, Mr. President. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. President. With me today, Mr. President, colleagues from my office, Mr. Christian nominee. I want to talk for a few minutes, Mr. President, about America, about Washington, D.C., and about Louisiana. Every time I leave Washington, D.C., and go back home to America, I am reminded of how parochial Washington, D.C. can be, how removed it can be, how unaware it can be. We often hear people in the city, where our capital sits, say, well, if the American people just don't understand. American people, you often hear, just don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what we know. They don't read the news. They don't keep up like we do. So recently, Mr. President, I conducted a poll to test that point of view. And some were surprised with the results of the poll. I was not. One of the questions I asked in the poll of the people in Louisiana is how frequently would you say they follow the news? About 70% of my people in Louisiana, Mr. President, follow the news every single day. Actually, it's 67.8%. Some of my colleagues back home were surprised by that. I was not. 23.5% said a few times a week, and only 6.4% of my people don't consult the news, read the news very often. I also, out of curiosity, polled where my people were receiving their news. 39% of the people in Louisiana, 70% of whom follow the news every single day, get their news from cable TV. Another 21.1% get their news from morning and evening broadcast television, not cable, local television news and national television news. So I guess from one point of view, and I think the numbers bear this out, in Louisiana, in terms of a source of news, television is king. Television is king. 70%, or rather 60% of my people, most of whom follow the news every single day, get their news either from cable TV, from the national evening and morning news, and from local television, evening and morning news. 27% of my people get their news primarily from the internet. To break that down, about 12.6% from social media apps, Facebook, Twitter. 4.7, almost 5% from YouTube. Another 9.1% from Apple News, Google News, and those sorts of sites on the internet. So television news, both national and also particularly local, is king in Louisiana, with 60% of the people saying that's my go-to news source. But the internet is also a substantial factor at 27%. 27% of my people, 70% of whom read the news every day, get their news from the internet. Radio news is also important in my state. 7% of my people and change listen to radio news as their primary source of news. And coming in last, consistent with national trends, only 4% of my people receive their news today from newspapers. How the world has changed. I just found these numbers to be interesting, Mr. President. The source of news for most of my people was interesting to me, but I was very, very pleased to find that 70% of my people in Louisiana read the news every single day. And in most cases, they get it from television, but also the internet and radio as well. Sometimes we get it wrong in Washington, Mr. President, in terms of our perceptions of what's going on in the real America. And with that, Mr. President, I suggest the absence of, no, I don't. I see the lady here, Mr. President, shaking her hand. I can't do that. What would you like me to do? Oh, we're automatically adjourned when I'm done, huh? Well, I'm done, so we're adjourned. So you can bang the gavel, Mr. President.
We stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
That the quorum call be suspended, Madam President.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. 3 quick points, Madam President. Number one, I rise first to thank the Bloomberg Foundation. I had made notes from which I was going to speak, but I lost them. So I'm going to kind of wing it here. But over the past couple of years, the Bloomberg Foundation has spent millions of dollars. I want to say the figure is $30 to $40 million to try to help really smart kids from low-income families access some of our finest colleges in the country. And America does have the best system of higher education in the world, by the way. We have the best quality colleges. And what the Bloomberg Foundation was focusing on, these were just really smart kids from low-income families who had great grades and great standardized test scores and great extracurriculars, but many of them just didn't know about the opportunities that were out there in the world for them. And the Bloomberg Foundation wasn't concentrating on race or gender or sexuality or a part of the country, any of those things. They were just looking to try to help really smart young women and young men in high school with great grades and great standardized test scores access some of the finest universities in the country. And they spent $40 million doing it, working with some other groups. Well, it didn't work out like they thought. They just didn't have as much success as they wanted to. But they learned from the experience. What they learned was, in order to reach these young people, you can't just text them. You can't just call them. You can't send them an email. In part because today, when all of us receive emails and text messages from people that we don't know, we automatically assume it's some kind of scam. So that's what Bloomberg and its contractors found, that people, including our young people, they're just very suspicious. And so they weren't able to reach that many kids. And those that they did reach, and by the way, the folks from Bloomberg contacting them would never meet the kids. They wanted to reach as many kids as they could, so they were doing it digitally. They just found out it wasn't that effective. But they also learned that the way to reach these kids is to see them in person and, in part, go through the kids' high schools, guidance counselors, and placement officers. So I'm hoping that Bloomberg is going to start again. I'm not saying that Bloomberg had no success. They had success, but it just wasn't as much success as we all wanted. But by God, they tried. And they deserve thanks. This wasn't any taxpayer money. It was the money of the Bloomberg Foundation. And they tried. And they learned a lot from it, and I wanted to thank them for trying, and I hope they won't give up, and I hope they'll use what they learned to try to reach these young people again. Number two, I want to repeat very briefly what I said last week. Catherine Foster is a member of our cloakroom staff. Catherine's not here. She's in the back doing her job. Today's her last day. And I wanted to thank her again for her service. And as I said last time, she's taken a very prestigious job in the private sector, and I wish her well, and I hope she makes bucket loads of money. To those who don't know, we have, by we I mean the Republicans and the Democrats, have what we call cloakroom staffs. These are people that work with us to make this place work. On any given day, the Democratic staff and cloakroom staff and the Republican cloakroom staff are the nicest and the smartest people in this building. And they just do an incredible job. And they work hard, and they have to be here at all kind of ungodly hours, and they have to put up with back sass from United States senators, and it's a very hard job. And that's true on both the Democratic side and the Republican side. But anyway, Catherine is one of that group, and she's leaving, and we're sorry she's leaving, but we're happy that she's leaving because she's going to make more money than the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. And so we wish her well. But I also wanted to use this opportunity to thank our entire teams on both the Democratic and the House side for their incredible work. Number three, the House passed a bill, Madam President, dealing with the sanctity of taxpayer records. In another life, I worked in state government. I worked for 16 or 17 years, I don't remember, and went by in a flash, as state treasurer, which was an elected position. But before that, I was in an appointed position, a position appointed by the governor. It was a political position called the Secretary of the Department of Revenue. And that was a fancy title for tax collector. I was the state's tax collector for 3.5 years until I left the position to go run for state treasurer. And one of the things I learned was the sanctity of people's income taxes. I mean, I'm sure there's some documents that are more private, maybe our medical records, but they're not that much more private to us and precious to us than our tax records. You know, and we had this at the Louisiana Department of Revenue, where I worked. We had a hard and fast rule, and every employee knew it, and they respected it. By God, if you leak somebody's tax returns, we would chase you like you stole Thanksgiving, and we would punish you, and we would not only fire you, but we'd prosecute you if we had to. And so consequently, we had almost no leaks, none. I wish I could say that for the IRS. Through the years, they've had a bunch of leaks. I don't want to overstate it, but they have. And not that long ago, back in 2019, they had a leak. It actually came from a vendor that was working for the IRS. And by the way, the sanctity of those tax returns and the importance to protect them also applies to contractors for the tax agency. But anyway, one of the vendors for the Internal Revenue Service leaked 8,000 tax returns. 8,000. Not 80, not 800, 8,000 tax returns. And they gave these tax returns to a media organization. And the person who leaked it, he didn't do it because he was trying to show tax fraud. He did it to try to embarrass the people. A lot of them were really wealthy, and he wanted to embarrass them. It just out of the meanness of it in his heart. Some very famous people. I think Mr. Jeff Bezos was on the list. President Trump was on the list. But if you looked at this list was as long as King Kong's arm. You could stack this list here and paint that ceiling. 8,000. 8,000. And it embarrassed a lot of people. And it would have embarrassed you if your name was all over the internet with your personal information and your home address and your signature. It was just wrong. And it took years for the IRS to track this down. We kept pushing them and raising fresh hell and saying, this is not right. Well, I don't think they did it on their own. I think they got outside help, and they finally caught this person. And you know what his penalty was? He got 5 years. And they fined him $5,000. I just don't think that's enough of a deterrent. I don't. When you add up all the misery that this one meathead caused to 8,000 people, not who were cheating on their taxes, he was just trying to embarrass them, and that's just wrong. And so the House passed a bill the other day that basically says the penalty is going to be increased. It's no longer going to be a minimum of 5, it's going to be 10 years. But also, instead of a $5,000 fine, the maximum fine is going to be $250,000. And here's the thing: you can't. Let me put it another way. Every document, every tax return that you release is a different count. In other words, this meathead that released 8,000, under the new law, that would be 8,000 counts against him. And that's the way it ought to be. It shouldn't be, let's just all lump them together into one, and that's one count, and he pays $5,000, and he gets 5 years, but he's probably out in 2. That's just not right, folks. And what you allow is what will continue. And I don't hate anybody. I don't hate anybody. And I don't know this meathead who did this. And in my heart, I don't hate him. But what he did was wrong. He just tried to embarrass, and did embarrass, 8,000 Americans who weren't doing anything wrong. They were paying their taxes, for God's sakes. It's just wrong. It makes me want to throw up. It triggers my gag reflex. So I hope we can pass the House bill. Like I say, I hadn't changed a word in the House bill. It's identical to what just passed the House. And I think, if I'm wrong on this, Madam President, I'll come back and correct the record. I think it passed the House unanimously. Did it pass the House unanimously? Do we know, Josh? There were a couple of votes against. This is Josh, who I work with. Okay, smart as a whip. Well, it wasn't unanimous. I stand corrected. Josh, my brain corrected me. But it was almost unanimous. And I would sure like to see this body do the same thing. And I just don't see this as a partisan issue. Now, I understand the reason I'm talking so long is I think that my good friend Senator Ron Wyden wants to object to this. Now, I hope he doesn't. I don't know if I can say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. I will buy him a pony if he doesn't object to this bill. A pony of his choice. That is not a bribe. I like Ron Wyden so much, I would buy him a pony of his choice anyway. But I will, if he won't object to this bill, I'll buy him a pony, okay? Because this is a good piece of legislation. And I don't want to do this behind his back, so I don't see Ron here. But what I'm going to do, Madam President, I'm not trying to tell you how to do your job. You can do whatever you want, but I'm going to make this motion, and I would ask if you would consider holding it until Senator Wyden has a chance to get here, because I don't want to do this behind his back. I see the parliamentarian is unhappy.
From Louisiana is recognizing that fact, yes.
I'll buy her a pony too.
That,
Ask for a quorum call. You can do that. We're just hitting pause. Okay, let me go to Plan B. What I'll do is I want to hit pause because I don't want to do this behind Ron's back. I want to hit pause, and I ask that we go into a quorum call. And when Ron gets here, I would ask to be recognized so I can assert my motion. And Ron can agree with my splendid bill, and then we'll go pick out a pony. So I suggest the absence.
without objection, the senator will be recognized
suggest
after.
the absence of a quorum.
And without objection, the absence of a quorum is noted. The clerk will call the roll.
Okay?
Ms. Baldwin.